Just like every time I start the stream for Malik's chair to be empty.
It's not though. I looked at the last two.
Oh,
It's
you
not
you were
empty when
there.
I start.
Okay. Well, for Delta Green, you'll
Okay,
just be
okay,
a
sure,
you'll
sure.
just be a ghostly voice,
Nice.
a spooky chair. Best kind of chair. Yeah, I need to get some
God.
special like computer sunglasses so that I can properly cosplay with Keith here. 'Cause I can't see my screens right now. I have multiple pairs of sunglasses here that I can try out. Guess I can see. Good enough. Can't see the stream, but that's okay. We don't need it. Oh? Is he here?
I'm here.
Welcome, welcome. We
Waka
are
waka.
we are live for your information. Live on Twitch. We probably have one viewer.
I
if that.
haven't.
Dude,
I
if we have
haven't.
one, that'd be fucking sick. Oh wait, I can't swear, right? Shit.
You can swear.
Oh no, ban him.
I don't want to get demonetized though.
Yeah, it's too early in the
I think
stream.
that's
to
how it
curse
works,
already.
right?
Yeah, first 15 seconds, no.
Buddy,
F
you're
word.
barking up the wrong tree saying words like that.
Is that your character?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He never does voices, he always does accents.
That's a voice.
Yeah, what do
That's
you
my
mean?
voice. I don't know.
It's the same thing.
You want me to make it deeper? I'll make it deeper, partner. How's that?
You-
Why aren't you shirtless?
I'm like holding here, I'm not gonna lie.
Can you put the belts over your shoulders so we can see those
I can if you
suspenders?
want me to.
No, it's okay. You gotta buy some suspenders. Go to a thrift shop next weekend.
I've never seen suspenders at a thrift store.
Overalls?
I guarantee you, there's suspenders in your nearest thrift store.
I have a pair of suspenders.
Drop them off.
I used them for my brother's wedding, though. Think I can get rid of
Okay,
them.
his wedding's over.
What if I need them again?
What if he gets married again?
Married again?
What if
What
he
if somebody
renews
else
his
gets
vows?
married and I need them? They're like my marriage overalls now, or marriage suspenders.
Every wedding.
Every wedding I wear those now.
All right, we're all set. Malik, you good?
I have food, water, ready to go.
Cool. Food, water, sunlight. Good. Good soil in your seats, I'm sure.
Hold up. There you go. Sunlight.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm ready to grow.
Ready to grow.
Big and hard.
Thank you. Nice,
Actually, I
large
gotta
and
get on
hard
Foundry.
tree, huh?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Totally.
All right. So, welcome to our. Thank you, Kelth. Yes, we're expanding our empire, the Kelth. Not just playing
Oh, yeah.
Pathfinder, we're also playing Delta Green now.
Welcome, Kelth. We appreciate you coming out.
Yeah, thank you for the poggers. So, we're gonna be playing once a month, I believe. About the first of the month. I don't know. I think I was planning on doing like what is it, next weekend? But as you guys know, my life is more eventful lately. I don't know if I can do
Boo.
next
Yeah,
weekend.
lame.
My life be
Uh,
like.
What a loser.
You should not get a life.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Come back to the No Lifer Club.
true.
I should. But I'll let you guys know. Well, tomorrow probably if I can do next weekend, or if you guys can't anyway. But thinking about once a month, first of the month approximately. We're gonna be playing Delta Green. This is a supernatural mystery thriller horror role-playing game. And you guys all already have characters because I've been harassing you for the past 2 months to make these characters, and I am
Yeah,
very
definitely did
excited.
it.
I'm very excited. Your characters are all super fun. I can't wait to see them interact. Um, so,
I mean, can we have this photo? I feel like we should definitely switch it out for not a real person.
that's not a real person. That's AI generated.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Oh.
like, you can argue the ethics of like it probably pulled from an image off of Google and like modified it, but
Yeah.
yeah, these are all AI generated.
Should have made it
Of
like
course.
this one is just what a unit.
Yeah,
That one sucks.
I tried the least hard on yours. The other ones I was like, let's just really make these as realistic as possible. Like, I really want these to look like stock photos. So I told it to make stock photos.
I like Merv's, like the fact that he like changes body colors. That one's really good, actually.
Yeah, his
It's-
chest is all dark and his face is white.
I just have to say, like, I love all of these are fantastic. I really do love Malik's though. I don't think you can appreciate it unless you zoom in all the way.
Let me get the stream. I'll do a pop up on. Who you want? Delane Monroe.
Yeah, Delane Monroe.
Yeah, let's see this in detail.
Fucking love this dude.
See, I
Why
don't
are
know
the
where.
glasses attached to his eyebrows?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know where the eyebrows start and the glasses begin.
A question for you: did you train the data on Malik's face at all? Because it looks more similar than I would have expected.
Yeah, I just gave it only photos of Malik.
Something in the eyes, you know.
Yeah. Those
Well,
cold
see, I
dead
actually
eyes.
told him. Yeah, I told him to do cold dead eyes. So it is very
That's what it
authentic.
gave us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how we got two nerds clearly wearing glasses and then two large shirtless men.
Giga Chads. Yeah.
we got Chads over here. Yeah, so Delta Green mystery thriller. It's a D100 system. So for any skill, you have a percentage chance to succeed, and it's a roll under. So if you the difficulty is 80, you have to roll under 80 to succeed. So you have 80% chance to succeed, right? And we are playing. I didn't want to tell you guys the name of this campaign, but for our viewers, I can't just not tell them because then what if they get spoilers that they didn't want to
Do I
have?
deafen?
What's
I
that?
can deafen. You need me to deafen so I don't know?
No, it's okay.
Wait. Can you tell me so I can look up the plot real quick?
Yeah,
Prepare
no,
all my
it,
rolls ahead of time. Rig the game.
it doesn't matter. I just you guys hopefully won't ruin it for yourselves and look it up. This is the Future Perfect module. It's a 4-part book. I only asked you guys to sign on for in the contract. You're only signed on for the first book. If we like it, we can keep playing. I just want to experiment with this game, see if we like it, see if it's fun, because I've been watching a lot of playthroughs of this game, and it is a lot of fun. It's really cool. And I've always wanted to play a horror campaign, so this is where we will get some of that. It's not super scary. So
Wow, Abomination Capture doesn't spooky enough for you? All
no,
those undead?
Pathfinder isn't that scary for me.
That octopus statue, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, you threw water on it. It's fine. It's nice and wet. But this
I mean,
isn't a
I've seen enough
crossover
hentai to
episode.
know what I'm supposed to do there.
You gotta throw the water on the squid. That's how you get
Baka.
that's how you get the fun ending.
Oh,
See, here's where we get the tie-ins, so both of our shows get viewers. They won't get these jokes unless they watch the Pathfinder campaign too, right? Good job.
Yeah, go watch the Pathfinder game.
Jokes.
So, this is the Future Perfect adventure path, but I am calling it Silence of the Sands. This is our campaign, Silence of the Sands. We'll play through the first book at least, which should be 4 or 5 sessions of 3 to 4 hour sessions. We'll see how long it takes you guys to solve the mysteries, though. Maybe your characters are really dumb and it takes you forever to figure out what's going on here. We'll
Figuring
see.
it out as soon as we see it. As
Yeah.
soon as we get debriefed, I'm just going to tell you the answer.
Fucking aliens, am I right?
Yeah.
Um.
Hmm.
So
I'm telling you, 100%. It was this guy.
I knew it. So it's the ones you least expect. Anyway, yeah, I'm calling it Silence of the Sands. That's the name of the stream, or alternatively, Operation Silent Sands, in all caps, of course. So I asked you to make these characters, and also set up an intro scene. I think we will reveal the rest of it just through role playing. Now I think. Now, okay, we'll do character intros in story first. We'll role play through it, and then we'll explain whatever else about our characters that we want each other to know. So if you guys haven't thought about how you're gonna get introduced, you'll have some time. I'll run through it with Kevin first because he has his scene written out.
Well, sort of.
Yeah.
I'm a little lazy.
Probably
But
more
more
thought
written-
out than they have it. So
More written out than my empty doc.
yeah, this document he said he was gonna give me 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I did open one and title it, and then didn't write anything. So.
That's good. It's
Yeah.
okay.
I
Your
didn't
your
make one,
Pathfinder
so-
story is pretty good, so I'm glad you wrote that out. But yeah, Kevin and I will go through this intro scene for his character, Corbin Ridgemont, and you guys can watch and also get an idea of how you want to do it. It doesn't have to be as well. I guess this isn't too long. It doesn't have to be as long as we can get an idea of your character and get an idea of how they are introduced to this operation specifically. And you guys have the handout that you read. You know where it takes place, and you know who's contacting you. If other than maybe Malik, who hasn't read anything yet. So just make sure we can improv it to get you to the FBI. Okay, Kevin, you ready?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, I had an idea for what agency the Delta Green agent is from. Do you want me
Okay.
to say, or do you just want to run with one? I didn't write it down.
You can message it to me.
Okay. I will message it to you then.
Okay.
Because I know how to use Discord.
Yeah, you do. Do you want to do the narration?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got the
I don't
narration. I'll just do the other character for you. All right, take it away.
Okay. Whew, gotta get on my tabletop storytelling skills again. All right, so the scene opens up on we'll say a rather idyllic California high school. It's up along the coast in Santa Barbara. It's almost a little bit unreal. There's a lot of money that goes into this school. It's right up on the coast on the cliffside. It's maybe like about I don't know, like we'll say a half a mile out from the coast, so to speak, or so. There's this nice little small, maybe like 30 feet cliffs or so. We'll say 20, 30 feet cliffs that goes down and kind of terraces down onto the coast and the beach side from there. And the school is just sitting right on top of that. You can tell that the school is not super modern. It's got some recent additions to it, but it's been established here for a while. And as we have this opening shot of the school, we then cut on and we have what sounds like some teaching going on. It's probably towards the end of the day. The sun is pretty high up in the sky at this point. It's just starting to set. It looks like it's probably near the end of the school day. And we focus in on one particular classroom. And we see the outside of it. It's individual classrooms, and then it's just open hallways in between it, or just open in general. It's not like not the sort of schools you would see on the East Coast where it's all mainly indoor classrooms. This is just individual indoor classrooms and then open areas in between it. So as we sit outside this classroom, we're still largely outside. And then we cut into the door and we jump in and we see we see my character, Corbin Ridgemont, is teaching a class. It's AP Human Geography, of course. And he's teaching that course to a variety of mainly looks like freshmen, sophomore high school students. There's about 30 to 40 or so of them in the classroom. If we take a look inside, it's there are some things up in the classroom walls, but it's still not as fully fleshed out as you might see from a teacher that had been there for 5, 10 years. There's a couple of maps along the wall, different projections of the globe, sort of just casting the world in just these different viewpoints. Of course, there's a globe on a desk as well, a couple of different flags and other things that make it very clear that this is a course and a teacher that likes to emphasize different viewpoints and perspectives and getting to show people a little bigger picture of the world. There's a desk off in the corner, and the Corbin Ridgemont, the teacher of the course, is standing at a podium. All right. All right, class. Now, before we let out for the day, I want us to get acquainted with some of the ideas in the next chapter. All right, everyone, just pull out your textbooks and turn to page 290. All right. That's the chapter on development. Now, chapter 9, development. This is really a new section in the book where we begin to focus on the economies of the world and the countries. Now, before this, we've talked about a variety of things, but I think as we're moving forward, there's quite some new perspectives you're going to get by focusing in on the economic aspects of countries. Now, there's 3 primary sectors of the economies. There's the primary sector, of course, which encompasses mainly agriculture. Then there's also the secondary sector of the economy, which comprises mainly manufacturing, and the tertiary sector of the economy, which primarily is composed of the service industry. Now, again, as we are focusing specifically on development in these upcoming chapters, we're going to really see how these different sectors of the economy take shape in different countries across the globe and in different standards of development. Now, I would encourage you as we continue forward to not only be considering the circumstances that have made these countries practice these different forms of agriculture and manufacturing, but also as a result of practicing these, how these cultures in these countries have taken shape. Do we have any questions before we continue? Yes, no? All
The bell
right, well,
rings.
Thank you. Class ends, thank God.
Thought a bird got in.
I don't know how
they
to
had
make a bell
evacuate.
sound, sorry. Ding, 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 ding. I don't know.
This
Alright,
demon-looking
class.
bird caught in. Please evacuate the building.
-1 sanity point.
For real.
man, this is a harsh game.
Wait, you have
huh?
you have to draw an omen card though.
Har-
Have we triggered the
haunt?
omen?
Yeah.
The haunt? Have we triggered it?
No, we have not. Alright, sorry, Kevin, continue.
No. All right, class, that's it for the day.
Thank you, Keith.
We'll keep going on Monday with the rest. And don't forget the chapter test will be coming up next week. I'll be hosting that review session on Wednesday.
Mr.
Mr.
Richmond,
Richmond.
he has a question.
Ridgemont, yeah.
Yes.
I think they gave me the wrong textbook. I've been really struggling through class with this one.
Son, you do know it's April, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Haven't you thought to ask these questions at any point prior to now?
Well, I've been cheating up until now.
All right, I think this is a conversation we'll have offline rather. Why don't you come
Okay.
back to me? Come back to me on Monday before class starts, and we'll get things all situated out.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Ridgemont.
I've solved the mystery. It's that student. He's the culprit. Done.
He is studying differential equations in a human geography class.
In
so
high school.
You gotta give him some props for that.
It just gave me the wrong textbook.
All right, so class
Okay,
ends.
Yeah. So the class ends, and then with that, Corbin Richmond, he pauses for a moment, starts to gather his materials, his lecture materials off the podium, which, I mean, honestly, it was literally just a textbook and a single piece of paper with a couple of things scrolled on it, just a few big point items. He doesn't really need anything more than that. He takes his stuff off his podium, and at this point, most of the students are already out of the room. And he takes a seat at his desk. He raises a hand on his chin. You know, it's Friday, right? He's wondering what he wants to go do next. He has a whole weekend ahead of him, a whole wide world of possibilities. He looks over at a stack of ungraded student papers on his desk. No, that can wait. His attention shifts over to his phone for a moment. And he just looks at the phone, kind of moving his finger over it. He moves to pick it up, and right then when he was about to do it, he could
He
tell
ripped his
there was.
pants?
He did not rip his pants. No. But what there was there a sudden shift in the air.
He came in his pants?
It's a school,
Spontaneous
Malik.
ejaculation?
It's a school, Malik.
Perfect. Perfect place for that.
But what there was a very slight shift in the air, almost like a shift in the sound. It's almost as if like there was just a slight change in like the composition of the room, of like the dynamics of how air was moving through it, if that makes sense. It's one of those things where it's like almost not even perceptible, yet all the same it was something that Corbin in particular had kind of grown accustomed to catching.
Yeah.
A frown furrows on his lips for a moment, and he's kind of doubting that he actually caught what he thought he noticed. That's just something he was imagining, of course, but he has to confirm, so he raises his head, and sure enough, there is a figure in the doorframe. You know, it's been a while since I've seen a suit stepping into one of my classrooms. I was beginning to think those days were behind me.
The man in the suit is, looking around the room, scanning, looking at the desk, and he says, a little bit of a downgrade from your office back at Duke, don't you think?
Nah, it's all a matter of perspective. I didn't have to be here. I chose to be.
You chose? Yeah, okay. He's, looking around, he rolls his eyes a little bit. Well, I guess you know better than anyone. Telling stories, fairy tales. That's what we humans do best, huh?
Yeah, I suppose it is. I would say that's true. Depends on who you ask, I guess, whether they're stories or truths, but I think that's all just depends on how you look at it. But I don't know, my guess is that you might be an expert in that sort of thing as well. You know?
Well, why don't I take you for a ride and I can tell you a story?
Is this a ride that I'm going to be coming back from?
You've always come back before, haven't you?
Alright. Well, let me lock up here and let's go on a merry way then, yes?
So-
Like good old times.
Yeah, so he packs up his things and then they're gonna go out, and the man in the suit takes Corbin Ridgemont out to this blacked out SUV, this Suburban, of course. Opens the door for Corbin on the passenger side before stepping into the driver's seat himself, and then they just begin driving around in circles around the neighborhood. And the man in the suit says, well, you see, I haven't been exactly forthright on my occupation. I do work for the CIA, but I'm in the unique, or well, I guess maybe not so unique circumstance that very few people know what I actually do there. The reality of the situation is that I spend a great deal of time handling operations for another organization, one known as Delta Green. Does that name ring any bells?
Can't say it does.
Well, Delta Green is a organization spread throughout agencies throughout the United States. We have agents all over the place. We deal with matters that no world government acknowledges as existing. They're matters that, in simple terms, one might refer to as supernatural, occult, or paranormal. Of course, we both know you're no stranger to such matters.
Suppose not.
Guess this isn't as much a reveal as it is a validation, is it, Corbin?
Well, of course, I couldn't know for certain, but if my suspicions were correct, that little find I had back last year, it wasn't a one-off thing. Invariably, there are going to be some big players involved with this sort of thing. But to see that it's a good old clandestine organization right at home in the United States, well, oh, that's just good old American exceptionalism at its finest. I'm quite happy about that matter.
I'm glad we got a patriot in you. I probably would have kept my distance, continued to consult as we have, but doing all this snooping around, that gave me only two options. I either hope you never ring an alarm too loud, or bring you in before that happens. And I've got a feeling you probably weren't gonna let this go. I've just been looking for the right excuse to get you going. See, I need to talk to you because something happened. We have a case out in Bakersfield. Well, Death Valley, actually. We need to get you involved with the FBI. I hope school's not too busy, because you're gonna be needing to take some time off. Get them to get you a sub or something. This is gonna take a while.
What, you actually want me coming out?
Yes, we need your skills out in the field. We need you there in person this time.
Well, that's a bit of a delight. Why didn't you ask me sooner? Well, I can't say I've been wasting away here, but teaching high school ain't really exactly ain't exactly part of the long-term plan, you know what I mean?
Well,
I'm just twiddling my thumbs here for the past, 8 months or so now.
well, don't worry, you'll keep your job, but you know, once in a while you might get a little more excitement.
Alright. Well, one other thing. You know, I'm happy to see where this goes, but I just want to know, are you asking me, are you telling me what I'm doing?
I'm not forcing you to do anything. I'm not really asking you either. I'm just delivering the message from Delta Green.
Alright. Alright, well, let's get to work then.
Right. And the Delta Green agent, hands you an envelope, and it has details of what you will need to do, including, it's got a plane ticket out to Bakersfield, and it's got a couple details of things you should be bringing along.
Alright, cool.
Corbin takes that, and it does call for him to go out immediately. I assume this is like a Friday afternoon, so you have a day or two to prepare, but your flight is Sunday night, and they got you a hotel out there in Bakersfield, and Monday morning here to report to Bakersfield FBI.
All right, cool.
All right,
Cool.
who's next? Keith, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now we move to an office building in downtown LA, maybe a little bit west of downtown. We look out to the front and we see that it says it is the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, the LA office. And we look inside to, normal, boring office building, a little tiny cubicle out on this dimly lit room. And, we see a man in a suit of tall stature just leaning over the cubicle talking to another man. We'll say he's got a standing desk. He's also standing at his desk. FBI, they've got good technology. So he's got a standing desk there. The man in the suit is seems. Yeah, I guess we'll go into it. So they got they got you a plane ticket and everything. Isn't that great? Government money, getting all these. We'll handle receipts and everything else. We'll get your per diem, but heading out to Bakersfield first thing Sunday morning. You ready?
Me, I'm heading out to Bakersfield. You talking to me, Lorenz?
Yeah. Who else are we talking to? Come on, man.
Ah.
I know you like to travel.
You're making me travel already again.
Well, yeah. And there's an important one. Come somewhere from the top.
But I just finished my raid just yesterday. I still need to fill out that paperwork and all.
Nah, don't worry. I'll take care of that for you. I know.
Really?
I got yelled
You're gonna
at
do
by
that for
HR
me?
last time since I'm not in your chain of command, but yeah, whatever. They can go fuck themselves.
You've always been reliable since we've been in the army together. You're one of the good ones for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you. Well, I hope this new operation doesn't change that opinion for you.
Why
But-
is this operation a little different than standard?
Yeah. I offered to take it myself, but I'm just too swamped here. And yeah, I didn't want to have to do this to you, but yeah, this isn't gonna be a fun one. I'm sorry. And you can tell
Well-
like he's holding back a little bit, like he's not exactly saying what he means there, but he is regretful that he's sending you on this job.
Lorenz, you gonna give me the details of this job before I head out? Gotta pick up some supplies before I go.
Come on, Murph. I know you're stocked up.
Well, I just gotta figure out what ammo to bring.
Bring as much as you like. Whatever kind you like.
So what kind of terrorist unit we going for today?
Well, we're not sure if it's terrorists, but the guys over there at Bakersfield will fill you in. They'll let you know. You're gonna be out in the desert, so.
You're putting me on a non-terrorist job?
Well, I didn't say there's no terrorists involved. There might be.
In Bakersfield, California?
uh,
Non-terrorist and in the middle of the desert, that's where you're gonna put me?
Maybe they're being discreet. I don't know. I don't know the details.
We didn't
This
serve
is,
enough in the middle of the desert? Come on, bud.
This is why you're the man for the job. You're used to the desert. Used to the heat.
Okay. Well, I need more detail than just what you've given. I'm not even a terrorist unit. This isn't my even field of expertise.
Well, someone up top thinks you're the perfect man for the job. They called out to me first, but I'm being honest, and I asked them if there's anyone else, and they said you were actually first on the list, but they know it's they weren't gonna reach out to you because, like you said, you're the terrorist unit, but for some reason they really think you're the man for this one.
Ugh.
I'm
I'm gonna drive myself there.
You're not gonna fly out?
Well,
It's already paid
It's
for.
it's not too far. I can't be going without my truck.
That's true. And I know you love your good old Ford F-150.
Buddy, you know, I'm going to the middle of the desert. I'm gonna bring my truck. We're gonna have some fun while we're there.
All right, well, guess you don't have to worry about what to bring then. Just load it all up and get headed out.
Getting on a plane's always a headache for me anyway. They always stop me. Oh, why are you bringing so many guns? Like, buddy, it's America. That's what I do. Come on.
That is true. That is true. Those damn terrorists killing our freedom, not letting us
For
fly
real.
with our guns.
I swear. I'm strapped always anyway.
That's true. That's true, Merv. All right. Well, I gotta head out. I gotta do some paperwork. But
All right. Well,
I,
shoot me an email or something with some of the details. I'll read them when I'm stopped somewhere.
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he pulls an envelope out of his suit pocket and he says, take care of this, and this job is a top secret. All right. Don't let
Okay,
anyone see. And
take that. I'll
Nice.
take a look at that later.
I'm glad you got lots of props ready. That's good. Yeah. So he hands you that.
Well,
He
you
says,
never know what you need.
"Is that a frucket?
It's a
Good old
ducket.
classic.
Ducket.
It's a nugget.
Good. Good. Alright, yeah. He hands you the envelope. It tells you to keep it hidden. It says, anything you need is in there, but Bakersfield will fill you in on the rest."
All right, well, I'll give you a ring or something when I'm out there. Let you know what kind of mission this is if you're really missing out.
Oh, I know I am. Yeah. Feel free to call me if. Please, actually, let me emphasize this. Do not hesitate to give me a call.
All
Anything
right.
you need, please call me.
Anything.
Yes.
So you tell him if I need some supply, you'll drop it for me.
I'll do what I can.
All right, this is some kind of mission. It's getting interesting if that's the case. Alrighty then. I'm gonna head out because it sounds like it's pretty urgent then. If you're
Yeah.
willing to go that length for me. Just a little old me.
Man of your stature, Merv, you're worth it. But he just nods to you and walks out.
Alright. Hopping in my truck. Time to go, buddy.
Who served in the Clinton White House, released a scathing new op-ed about Hillary's health entitled, "I Protect Hillary Clinton in the Secret Service. Here's why her fainting video really scares me." Joining us now to explain more is the man himself, the author of Crisis of Character, former Secret Service officer Gary Byrne, also with us tonight.
Oh, jeez. Another story with this Clinton. Alright, well, I'll have to put this on pause until I gotta read the details of this mission, and they're almost there anyway. Alrighty. It's gonna be a long drive. I'm glad you can visit. Keep me company, Hannity. Keep you on in the background.
Perfect. So, Merv is driving on his way, listening to his good friend Sean Hannity on the way to Bakersfield. Who is up next? Oh, sorry, I was too enthralled by that scene. I didn't show what Merv looks like.
You gotta show what Merv looks like.
There you go. There's Merv Towner.
God, he's so handsome.
I really
Yeah,
hope
man.
I really hope Corbin and Merv become friends. I like Merv.
Well,
He's my
buddy.
type of guy.
Patriot.
If he's your type of guy, then you're gonna get along with him real good.
Alright. Who's up next?
I don't care. I can go if you want.
Okay. So you haven't told me anything, so take it away.
Yeah. Okay. So, Monroe, born and raised in San Francisco, went to Berkeley for his undergrad and his PhD, and he he's really tied to this area. I mean, this is where his sister lives. The only friend he ever had growing up lives in the city, lives over in Oakland, and his sister's working in SF, and the other friend he's ever made is, one of his old lab partner from school, working on her med school over at UCSF, and so he didn't want to leave the area, so he went and moved up to, he's a genius chemist, the prodigy, world renowned, and he has gotten offers all around the globe, but he wanted to stay with his bonds. And so he took a job up at the hill at the Lawrence National Lab, where he's been working for quite some time. Of course, every now and then he vanishes for a while. No one really knows why. He takes off in vacations, but he's so brilliant that they allow it because they don't want to lose him. They know they're lucky to have him at this lab. So the scene starts over at the lab, another work day, and the government needs chemical weapons and like antidotes and stuff like that. They need all kinds of stuff. By the way, you're muted, Keaton, I think.
Chemical weapons? I'm not muted.
Yeah,
just
like well, they
laughing.
need like counters to that.
You
Like
just
they need
make
like antidotes.
chemical
They need
weapons on your own?
well,
Pretty sure
they
that's a crime.
they need like social like protection stuff for like these chemical
Terrorist
weapons.
unit's gonna come out to you.
Chemical
Yeah, so they
agents?
like he works on and off with the government, and there's like a secret part of the national lab that he works in, and
Okay.
so the scene starts there, like the sounds of screaming in the background, like
What?
you know
You work
they
on and off with the government making chemical weapons.
we experiment
Are
on
you
humans,
On people?
on
No,
on
you
on
just no, you don't.
on prisoners, yeah,
Just
on
casually
on
on U.S. soil.
on death row prisoners.
No.
Top secret investigation. So his eyes, I mean, as you can look in his photo, blank,
I mean, at
completely
least
empty.
at least shouldn't it be in like Guantanamo or something? At least that's a little bit more.
No, they accommodate him because he's just a brilliant chemist, you know.
Oh,
And so he's sitting there with his
accommodate
empty eyes, injecting chemicals into people and
Jesus
inject
Christ.
and trying to counter those chemicals, like provide some remedies. And so there's the screams of animals and people and just all kinds of screaming going on in this place. It's his empty eyes, and he's in his mind, he's just remembering like when he first started chemistry, when he first discovered it, like playing in the lab, making fun colors, and that's all he's picturing in his mind as this is happening, toning out the screams with these his childhood dreams of what chemistry should have been, before the government pulled him away for his genius to have him help protect the country by doing these experiments. They tell him it's for a good cause, that they would never use these weapons. They just need a counter against them, and he's naive enough to believe them. So he finishes his work day as he closes this door that only he has access to. And the top execs and stuff like that at this lab, and obviously the federal agents who come in to check, the generals and stuff. And this door slides behind him slowly. As the door is closing, you hear the screams diminishing in the background. And then he steps out, and some light comes back to his eyes once he's out of this lab, and he wants to go see his friend. He pulls out his phone, calling them up. Hey, I just got off work. Do you want to get some dinner? His friend, sorry, I'm working an overnight shift at the hospital today. I can't make it. He sighs, calls up his sister, doesn't answer. That they're close, but they're a sister brother. Like she'd have better things to do than hang out with her brother, her nerd brother. And he calls up his old buddy. Friends since they were kids, met in school, stuck together. He's like, hey, you want to go grab some pizza over in Oakland? He's like, yeah, sure thing. About to get off work in an hour. How about I meet you there? So they plan to meet up. And as he leaves the building, a large fellow in a suit pulls him aside. Come with me. He sighs. Not again. His eyes, what little light was there after he left the room, dims out again as he follows him to the rooftop where a helicopter's waiting and a man in a suit stands before him. I mean, can't you guys at least be subtle about this?
I'm sorry.
The helicopter
it's
in my
urgent.
building?
We gotta get you there now.
Where's even there this time?
Going out to the desert, my friend.
Why can't it ever be like Hawaii or something? Why can't
Trouble in paradise? Sorry, that's not where these things happen.
you and those things? What kind of massacre is it this time?
And the
And
the guy just starts like shoving you in. He's like pushing you in. Like, just get in. We gotta go.
okay, please stop. Okay, I get it. I'll do it. Fine. And he gets on the helicopter and he messages his friend that, sorry, change of plans. I have to travel suddenly for work. Take a rain check. See you when I get back.
That's the last they'll ever hear of you.
Probably, almost certainly, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so they'll fly you out in a helicopter from San Francisco to Bakersfield, apparently.
No, they fly you out to the airport.
Okay. Flying
In
you
which
out.
you got on a jet over there.
Okay.
Why didn't they just pick up from a jet from where you were at then?
Yeah. Straight from the torture lab.
Yeah.
Yeah, torture lab has gotta have a
Well, there's
some
a
sort of runway.
prison right nearby in San Francisco. There's like a huge prison facility.
Sure, there is.
The one on the island.
Alcatraz.
Not that one.
Oh.
That's what really happens in Alcatraz. I'm down to retcon reality and say that underneath like Alcatraz, like there's actually these crazy torture
Hell yeah.
experiments going on.
Can we do that? That's
Sure.
great.
Didn't
Like
they
the
have some
lane work
game show
stuff.
like escaping Alcatraz? So
Yeah.
this is just happening on top of like.
Oh, that's
chemical
what.
weapons
Yeah, of course.
production.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, that show actually happened, and so does the torture.
It was a really annoying day at work because I couldn't go to and from until the filming was done.
such an annoyance. I was really at first when he was introducing the character, I thought it was just like a straight up like serial killer, but was also like a world class like chemical engineer. I'm a little disappointed that that's not the case, but I still like this scenario too. It's pretty fun.
Yeah,
I
he's-
mean,
he's still kind of a
he-
psychopath.
Has killed a lot of people.
Yeah,
a
but
lot of people.
I'm just
Oh, yeah,
picturing that like
Driven them
inside.
circles.
I'm just picturing inside that he's like, like the 5 to 10-year-old boy, or whatever, just wants to play with his like little science set or whatever, and instead he just has to like murder people. And he's
And
just
the bad
so,
part, like the worst part of this
Aw.
is like
do I have to keep murdering these people? Yes.
there is no death
Darn.
penalty in California either. So like these people are probably not even on death row. But I mean, they're probably just bringing people in from other states where there is the death penalty, and then
Well,
these
they're
experiments on them.
POWs probably.
Yeah.
So he's he injects them with chemical weapons, then tries fixing it. And he's like, oh, whoops, didn't work. I guess this one's dead.
life in prison, dying early from chemical experiments. I don't know. I mean,
You're doing them a favor.
sounds like a toss up to me.
Yeah, most of them are very excruciating though, like flesh eating, acid, face melting.
The
Yeah, it's-
classic.
You do any
Classic stuff, yeah.
bioweapons?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Not.
Good. So we got some
All
variety
the
there.
legal stuff.
But you know, if this character dies, I need another character. It's the person who helps him, the bio person,
Perfect.
the doctor that works with him on these experiments, because obviously you have to do chemistry and bio together for this stuff. So
Yeah.
his partner is the backup character when he dies.
Perfect.
So I'm glad to see we got a weapon specialist with us now. So if guns don't do it, just pour some happy chemicals on them.
Well,
Sarin
Monroe
gas.
Delane, he always carries around this little kit of like chemicals, like a bunch of like a little chemical kit, so that when he's like sent out on these tasks, it's not his first rodeo, that he has like all these chemicals to play with and experiment with for reactions to like try and figure out what things are.
Malik's still playing Pathfinder.
Yeah, like
he's playing an alchemist.
yeah, to
It
test out
sounds
like,
like it.
if you find it like a little weird demon tentacle thing, like you got to be able to experiment on it on site. So it's like,
Yeah.
you're not gonna
We
bring out
should've
these
just-
chemicals. So he carries like a little chemical kit, so you can always just quickly put together like a little chemical bomb that throws.
We should have just had 3 real like normalish characters and then just 1 wizard.
Just straight up wizard.
we're just role playing the Wizard's Apprentice. Like he's the
Yeah.
wizard, and he's teaching you guys all shit.
Yeah, so in the helicopter, they also give you an envelope with all the details and stuff, and you can read up on it. Okay, so you're on the way to Bakersfield, but sounds like Lane Monroe is already aware of what's about to happen. So now we go to our last, but not least, character. You also didn't send me anything, so where do we start?
All right. So we start at the end of 3 long days on call at the fire station. You know, Nino's very exhausted from. He doesn't sleep very well at the fire station. It doesn't have the same feeling as home. So, he's driving home. He can't stop thinking about sleep. He he's got his favorite bottle by his side. He pulls over to the side of the road, takes a quick swig, and then continues driving. He knows the little loopholes. He's not drinking and driving. He's doing one or the other, and so he continues driving home.
Every
Nino's a
time he
very
drinks, he
smart
hits the
boy.
brakes.
Yeah.
Exactly. So he
He
takes
just
a
keeps to
swig,
the path,
pulls off
keep
the
going,
shoulder of
keeps
the
going.
freeway, and continues on his way home. Normally he stays at his apartment, but he decided, you know what, nothing really hits home like my childhood bed. So he decides to drive an extra 20 minutes to his parents' house. Not a very big house. It's 1 story. There's, it's not very well furnished, but something about that bed is just really nice. So he gets home and, turns off the car, grabs his favorite bottle, and decides, you know what, I'll keep it in here for now. I won't need it at home. That place is always way more comfortable. So he gets out, he starts walking towards his house, and through the front window, he can see his mom in the living room talking to a man in a suit. And at first, he thinks, oh shit, I think they found me. He's been seeing these people ever since he was a kid. Whether they were real or not is not necessarily on his mind. And so he just totally threw me off.
Yes. You didn't tell me this was happening. Okay.
I didn't know either until I started talking. So,
Awesome.
So he's like, oh shit, they found me. And so he's like, okay, I'll just sneak to my room, grab my important shit, and I'll leave. So he jumps up, grabs the bottom overhang of the roof and pulls himself up, and then scales along the top of the roof into the backyard, completely bypassing the open gate that he could have used as well. But this was more impressive.
Yeah.
So he lowers himself down from the roof. He always kept the window unlocked to his room just in case something like this happened. So slides it open, slides into his room, and ever so gracefully knocks over a lamp, creating a very big disturbance in the room. Hears footsteps on the other side of the door coming towards him. His mother walks in. She's like, oh, Nino, there's someone here to see you. And he's like, oh no, she sees them too. We both must be crazy.
Are you seeing them too?
So he very carefully and cautiously walks to the living room and meets the man in the suit. Hello, sir.
Hello there, Mr. Levon. Were you
Hello.
expecting me?
I think part of me was.
Part of you? Which part of you?
I don't fucking know, man. What do you want from me?
Yeah, why don't you come? Come sit down, be comfortable. He motions you
Mm.
over towards the couch.
Come
Okay.
all over the couch.
I'm about to. I have a thing for high stress and situations.
So yeah, he sets you down, and your mom got this man a nice cup of coffee. He sits down and takes a sip and then puts it back down on the coffee table. Sits next to you with his hands in his lap. He's bent over, you know. He says, so Mr. Levon, do you know why I'm here?
No, I don't.
Well, let's just say you're a very impressive man. You're a very special boy, you know that?
I do.
And well, we've had our eyes on you for quite some time.
Oh,
And there's some very important people that they want your help. In fact, there's some people that need your help. People that are in danger. You like helping people, don't you?
I do. What kind of people?
There's some
Not terrorists.
no. There's some innocent people that are they're getting hurt and they need help. This town, there's something.
Is it the people under Alcatraz? Because I heard that there's a secret thing under Alcatraz. You know,
No.
people like they like to pretend
that's
that
just a
like
conspiracy
things like
theory.
this don't happen. But okay,
Don't
you say so.
don't believe everything you read on the internet, okay?
okay.
Anyway, there's this town out in the desert. Yeah, these people need help. There's something hurting them, and well, we
Is
figure.
it fire?
Well, it might be. It might be. There's we figure with your expertise out in the area, you could will help one of our teams. You can help show them around, show them the ways of the desert, and you can help some innocent people along the way. What do you say?
Well, I've never been to a desert before. What's it like?
I'm sorry. I believe we were told by your the fire chief that your department gets sent out to stop wildfires, particularly those on the border of Death Valley.
I mean, yes. Nino now realizes that when he told his what the hell? Who runs a fire department? The chief.
The chief, fire
Fire
chief.
chief.
That when he told his chief to put in a good word for him with anyone who comes by, you know, kind of like his own ego fetish. He didn't realize it would mean taking up opportunities he is way out of his league in.
Perfect. So you say like, "Oh yeah, of course," and so the
Of course,
agent's like,
yeah. I've been to the desert all the time. I love the trees there. They're my favorite.
The agent just looks at you like, "No, well, Joshua Tree is a little further south, but
Oh yeah, I love Joshua. I've known that guy forever.
yeah, well, you won't be seeing Joshua here. We're gonna be sending you out to Death
that's okay.
Valley. There's no trees there, and he's looking a little suspicious. But he says, well, we think you're a very special boy, and we think you can help us out, and
I agree.
well, I think we'll also be able to help out your mom and dad here while you're away.
How?
Well, I was just talking to your mom about, you know, their struggles and there's medical bills, and I think if you do this for us, we might be able to help you out with that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Sure.
All
Yeah.
right. So, if this sounds good to you, why don't you head on home, get a dog sitter for Perito, and
How'd you know about Perry?
oh, you call him Perry? That's very cute. Well,
How'd you know about Perry? And you don't even know what I call him.
I know a lot of things. Let's see. Why don't you go home, get someone to take care of Perry? Let's see if your parents will take him in. I don't know. And grab your things. Grab anything you would need on a typical job, and once you oh, where do you live? Where's this?
I gotta remember what I wrote on my sheet.
head on over to the airport, and there'll be someone waiting for you there.
Is this a vacation?
Oh, something like that.
Let's go. I love vacations.
Was he actually wearing his fire cap the whole time?
Of course he was. He always does, just in case he needs to help someone. The hat's on backwards.
Perfect.
Except when he's on vacation.
Except when he's on vacation.
This is vacation, Nino.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm
so,
all for it.
yeah, so he does hand you an envelope, but he says, there'll be someone at the airport waiting for you. And so you do what he says. Okay.
I do.
Like a good boy.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you take the envelope, and the man says, well, it was nice meeting you, Mr. Levon, and you have a wonderful mother. And he says good
True.
night and walks out. All right.
Did that man fuck my mom?
I was that guy banged your mom, dude.
Your dad's in the hospital, and this guy's just fucking your mom. He's like, I'll take very good care of your mother.
No.
Both freaking you and Malak are playing the most freaking goober ass characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, what weird characters you guys are playing?
To be
Yeah.
fair, my character wasn't a goober ass character until I started doing that because I didn't know what to do for my intro.
Until 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's just
Yeah, is he still like as ripped though as like?
Oh
Aqua?
yes, absolutely.
Yeah. He's just a little loser. Yeah. Let's take
He's just got
another
really
good
bad anxiety.
take another good look at our party. So Nino, Delane, Monroe, and Merv, Towner, and Corbin, Ridgemont. All right. So you four, you all go through your things. You do what the envelope says, which you should already know is in the handout I gave to you all. Gives you a little bit more information about what's going on and who you're going to meet, your contact. It tells you you're going to be meeting with two agents, probably. Agent Slowden and Agent Grunberg you're going to be meeting with in Bakersfield. But it has information for you about Bakersfield FBI. It gives you the address, 4550 California Avenue, number 450, Bakersfield, California, 93309. It's not that big of an office compared to LA, especially. It's just probably two small buildings, 2 floors. One is probably has like HR and stuff, and the other one that has agents and things. There's only about a couple dozen, maybe 2 or 3 dozen agents there. You have 50 to 80 people there working in total. This is just a field site compared to the larger sites in LA and in Sacramento. So this FBI office, they typically deal with what's up? Oh, Malik's talking to his cat or something.
Sorry, my dog was trying to sprint outside. I was
Okay,
grabbing some
Elliot.
water.
The Bakersfield typically deals with drug trafficking, bank robberies, and white collar crimes. Homicides are typically handled by the local county or state police, and not by the FBI. And it's pretty rare that there's any interstate violent crimes or kidnappings handled here. That's normally other offices again. But there's some details in some of these documents that say this case is different than for the Bakersfield FBI, which is why they're calling in some help from outside. And so that's where you come in for all your special skills. For Corbin, for your expertise in anthropology and history, and maybe knowing a variety of cultures is important here. And for Merv, it's self-explanatory. They may need some muscle. For Delane, his chemistry knowledge will come in handy. The FBI believes there's well, he knows it's Delta Green. In fact, Corbin also knows it's Delta Green. Merv and Nino do not know that it's Delta Green yet. The documents that you handed do not reveal that information to you. That it is Delta Green. You'll find out when you arrive. So yeah, Delane, for this chemistry expertise, they believe, it says like you may have to run forensics on some of the scenes there, the scenes of the crimes, and analyze some chemical compounds. That's why you're being brought in. And Nino, of course, they explain to you it's because your vast expertise in desert life and desert living and the local towns and culture there, because you've surely have interacted with these people and definitely saved so many of their lives already. Of course.
I frequent the area, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why you're all being brought in specifically. So who arrives first? This will be Monday morning. When do each of you wake up? When does Corbin wake up in Monday morning?
When or where?
You're in a hotel. Everyone except for maybe Merv is gonna be at a Holiday Inn in Bakersfield. When do you wake up?
Say like about 6 a.m. or so.
6 a.m. What about Delane? When does he wake up?
Yeah, it's like 7 a.m. He's awake. Gets waking up the same way every morning. As he hears screaming and screaming and screaming, and as his eyelids open up, the screaming gets lower and lower and lower until he's awake and they're gone.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Nino, when does Nino wake up? He's a firefighter. Do they wake up early, or is he just tired?
He's an off-duty firefighter, probably around noon.
Around the time
The
around the
document
time
does
that
say
Smith
to arrive at the office at 8 a.m. sharp.
around the time
He's
Smith
gonna be
would have
late then.
actually woken up today.
Okay.
That's when he was planning to get up today.
Okay.
That is when I would have woken up, had this not been a thing.
Had I not called
Had
your
he
mom to
not
wake you
called
up?
your mom, yeah.
Dude, I fell asleep at like 3 a.m. I set an alarm. I just slept through it.
This guy was up
And my
at 3
calls.
a.m. playing Valorant with Elijah.
Yeah. Of
Well,
course.
my phone's always muted when I'm asleep.
Same. Mine is always muted whether I'm asleep or awake.
That's true.
And what
That's the
about
way.
what about Merv? Does he stay at the Holiday Inn? You do have a. They did pay for it, the FBI. You
He
stayed-
sleeps in his truck. He doesn't really trust.
Okay.
Doesn't trust
Doesn't really trust the local
Doesn't
hospitality
trust the
industry.
Holiday Inn.
Yeah, no, he hasn't really talked to them yet. He hasn't really done his investigation to understand like where he's staying. Not a lot of details on the job, so he's skeptical that maybe somebody's out to get him in the agency.
Even though the government put you there, he's skeptical of the agency. Okay.
Well, it's because the government put him there. That's why he's skeptical. But he wakes up 4:30 a.m. sharp to get his run in. He goes on a 6-mile run every morning. Then he does actually enter the hotel because it's paid for. He's got to work on the local gym. You know,
I was gonna say, where's he gonna shower if he doesn't go into the
Probably
hotel?
shower.
He doesn't
Man,
shower.
Oh,
your guys'
okay.
your guys' prop games are on point. I like it.
Mostly Keith. He's got the hat and he's got books and a dumbbell.
Wait, I got some too, but they're bigger.
Oh. Was it who's stronger?
And
Merv or
outgunned
Nino?
10-pound weight Merv has.
15.
I'll have you guys know, for our audience, Merv is in fact stronger.
Jeez, that's crazy.
He is.
Look at the pictures though.
I mean, they're both pretty swole.
That's true.
Okay. So you goes to the hotel so you know.
I can't find my other weight.
So Merv
I just have
knows
the one.
to get to the FBI office at 8 a.m. So he's at the hotel investigating. But when does he leave?
He leaves at 6:30. He wants to get there plenty early.
Okay. So no one else is even awake yet. So the next, so you get there pretty early. you're sitting outside maybe for a while, but you see people start going in, so maybe you go in or you keep scoping out the place. I don't know. But whenever you enter the front desk, they just have you wait in the lobby, little waiting area. They have some magazines out there, some good patriotic magazines, I'm sure. Fox News is playing on the TV in front of you.
Morning shows aren't very good, but whatever.
Yeah, they just have it on 24/7. And then yeah, the girl at the front desk tells you like the Agent Grunberg will come get you in, when it's time for your appointment. So next is Corbin. Corbin wakes up 6 a.m. What does he do for his morning routine, and when does he head to the office?
Say morning routines. Goes up, checks the news. Of course, first thing, gotta read what's going on in the world right about now, both domestically, international, all that sort of stuff. And
You see the news, and Trump is making fun of a disabled journalist.
That's my president.
It just gets better every day, don't it?
Oh yeah.
He says that to himself as he goes about his routine. He has I gotta get my prop game on a little bit better, Says that he keeps going with his morning routine, and is out and just reading his phone, reading the newspaper, and then gets out of bed and just has a very sort of structured routine of just going out, brushing his teeth, doing his hair, getting his look going on for the day, getting all situated and suited up. Walks downstairs, grabs a coffee, and again just keeps scrolling through the news, and then just nicely finishes a cup of coffee, looks at his watch, and I don't know, whatever time's appropriate, let's say 7, and then he heads out the door around that time.
Okay, awesome. And then Delane wakes up at 7. What does he do? Does he get ready? When does he head to the office?
Yeah, he kind of just he's kind of annoyed by having to get pulled into this again. He just kind of wakes up, washes his face, he looks in the mirror. He sees the chemicals, what they would do to himself. Like, he sees just flashes of his skin melting and all kinds of crazy shit, because the sanity isn't all there. And he just sighs and puts on some clothes and just heads out immediately.
Okay. Okay, so you three, Merv, every once in a while someone will walk in and pass by, and I assume you're like scanning them, analyzing for threats. But then in walks in, this middle-aged man wearing glasses and in a suit. He looks out of place. He doesn't look like an agent. He walks in. He speaks to the front desk, who then points him down to the waiting area, and he sits down across from you. This is what's your name? Ridgemont. Corbin Ridgemont.
Oh, he's sitting next to me.
You sit across from Merv.
Got it. Understood.
You don't look like you belong here.
What's that supposed to mean?
Dressed a little different than most people around here.
Well, I'm not an agent. I'm not an agent, if that's what you mean.
You work upstairs or something? Why are you in the waiting area?
I suppose you can call me a consultant of sorts. Well, normally a consultant, I'll say going out in the field ain't normally the type of work I do. This is a little bit new to me.
Kinda consultant work you doing? Just new to you? What? I'm a little confused over here. This is my first time out here, actually.
And you're an agent, I presume?
Yeah, I work out in
I work out.
other cities, little different places. Bit new to me.
Mm.
Recently finished my tour in Afghanistan, but I'm back home now.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been overseas myself. Can't say I've. Actually, I think recently he probably has been to. There's probably a decent good possibility he's been to Afghanistan, but.
Okay.
And I'll keep going. I can't say I've ever quite been to Afghanistan myself, but I have been roughly in the area before. But you see, well, I was formerly a anthropology professor at a university in North Carolina. I've recently
Professor?
been in a bit of a career change as of late, but
Oh, probably for the best. The way them universities been going. So what's your job out here? You university professor? All of a sudden you're gonna be working with agents in the field? I don't get it.
well, this ain't the first time, like I said, that I've consulted for government agencies before. Just the fieldwork component of it is new to me. Now, they'll come to me when they have queries about cultures or traditions or other things involving foreign societies, most typically. Usually it's the CIA approaching me with these sorts of matters, but I have worked with the FBI on one or two occasions in the past now. As of late, I haven't had any consultancy work, and quite frankly, when I terminated my professorship, I was expecting not to be seeing any more of that work, so the only reason why I can imagine that they're still interested is because my services are invaluable to them.
So, you guys will continue to talk, but at some point, in walks this this nerd in a he's what is he wearing? Does he wear like a lab coat like everywhere? Because that would be funny. Lane.
Malik.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
What-
wearing his lab coat.
Yeah. Okay. You see this dude, this scrawny, kind of skinny man walk in wearing a lab coat and glasses. Yeah, he just walks in. I don't know. Do you even talk to the front desk? Or you just awkwardly sit down.
I don't speak to people.
Okay, so you just walk in and you sit down.
Yeah.
Okay. So you two, you see this awkward guy just come in and sit down. He's kind of pale, cowered back, leaning back in the chair.
Is this waiting room like empty? Like otherwise, like
Yeah, you are the only three in the lobby.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Do you guys say anything to him?
You lost there, you little nerd. A little
I
out of place
timidly
here.
like look up like the corner of my eye and I was told to be here at 8.
You've been told what do you got to do here at 8? You gonna talk to
Nothing.
the front desk lady? She probably needs to know you're here.
They know we're here.
We're here. Who you with?
Well, they know you guys are here.
But yeah,
She has
'cause I told
eyes,
her.
doesn't she?
Well, I talked to her. I told her why I was here.
Yeah. Not gonna go out of my way to appease them. Then they'll figure it out.
So you're just gonna sit here for several hours till somebody maybe talks to you like I did.
Well, preferably no one would talk to me.
So you just come here to talk to somebody, and you're hoping to not talk to anybody?
Well, I was told to be here.
Why
when,
don't you just stay home?
when Delta Green tells you to do something,
Delta
not
Green.
much of an option.
What?
Oh, so you are not supposed to say that out loud. Malik, do you know that?
Am I not?
No, you're not
Aren't
supposed
we
to talk
all
about
here in the Delta Green office?
the FBI
It's
office.
FBI office.
Oh, it's the FBI office. Sorry.
Delane
Sorry.
gets shot on the
I don't.
spot.
I don't think
Uh,
Delta
this-
Green even has offices.
They do not
I mean,
have
maybe,
offices.
Maybe they
Delta
do.
Green
but-
does not
Yeah.
exist. So
Okay, so
Delane
I'd
would
be
know
like,
he's not
okay,
supposed to
so
say
then-
that. You're allowed to say that if you want, but you're not
No,
supposed
sorry.
to.
You know, when the FBI requests you somewhere, you gotta be there.
So
What are you doing? What do you work for?
Lab,
You in forensic?
something like that.
Sorry, buddy. Little professor man, you go ahead and talk to him. Sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off.
no, it's fine, of course. Corbin was just this whole time kind of just like sizing up the scenario essentially, and just trying to kind of figure out like what exactly is going on. Corbin sort of turns to him and makes it very clear that he's like directing his attention at
When
what's his character's name again?
Delane.
You bring this up? Delane. Okay.
when Merv stopped talking to me, I just kind of like turned away from him again and just looked blankly into the empty space.
Okay, got it.
Just kinda zoned out again.
What way are you just like?
You just
Oh,
like I'm just
doesn't-
sitting there like this and just staring at the floor, kind of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so Corbin sees that and then just sort of, focuses pretty intently on him. What's your name over there, son?
Me? Talking to me?
No, not you.
All right.
The lab coat over there.
I look up, I glance up to him. Delane.
Delane. Now, what's your field of expertise?
Chemistry.
So we have a chemist, another agent, Corbin says as he turns to Merv, and a former anthropology professor. They're dragging together a real ragtag group of people for this, aren't they?
What are you talking about? I came here alone. Wasn't told about any team.
Take a look at the room around you. You think we're all just here coincidentally at the same time for different matters?
I mean,
This is
Pretty
a
big
small
office.
office too. Like there's
oh,
about like 24 people here. There's only probably 20 rooms in this building. So it's not like
there's
a lot going on.
there's probably several offices we can each get a talking to in. I don't see why we'd all have to be together. Never met any of you in my life. Never even heard of you.
Yeah, so if
You
I
for sure ain't in my unit.
if I'd gone to guess the purpose of our mutual visits, I'm gonna say that's kind of the point, that we don't know each other. Are you putting two and two together yet?
No, I didn't really do well in math.
Who would have thunk?
All right. So
yeah.
it's about this time I have the clock running at about 8:02. In walks you know, 6 foot tall white man. He's wearing a suit, of course, FBI suit, as they all do, and he comes in, sweating. He's in a rush. He's got a bunch of papers under his arm, and he goes talk to the front desk lady. Hey, why didn't you tell me that they were here? You're supposed to tell me when they're all here. And she's like, well, we're still missing one. I thought you said to wait until. No, they're here. It's 8 o'clock. God. And then he walks over to you three and says, sorry, I'm so sorry I'm late. I'm so sorry. Here, let's get going. And then he just starts like power walking away, and he looks back. He already passes the corner. He looks back. What are you guys doing? Come on.
All right.
I sigh, I get up and follow him.
Corbin does the same.
We're all together after all.
And it's kind of hard to keep pace with this guy. He's like power walking. He's kind of frantic. Um, and you know, Merv, you might be a little confused by this. You might think it's a little unprofessional or something. The other two of you, you would be like, you know, something's up. And he keeps like power walking, stomping down the halls. His footsteps echoing through these halls. And he opens the door up to a dimly lit conference room with no like outer windows. It is on the outside of the building, but the windows were like covered by the like fabric panels, so you can't see out. And so he opens the door for you all. Please come in.
All right.
So you guys file in. You take a seat around this large conference table. There's a computer hooked up to a TV along on the far side of the wall, along facing the table, the short end of the table, away from the door. And then he walks in and closes the door behind him. And he looks at him and he's like, "Wait, there's only 3 of you?" He opens the door and looks back out, and there's no one following. He's like, where's the fireman?
What?
Fireman.
Yeah, Mexican dude. Brown kid. Where is he?
Probably
Boy.
probably at the fire department. Where do you expect the fireman to be at?
He's not with you guys? God, what is... he steps out for a moment without saying anything, and you can hear him stomp through the halls.
Why would they need a fireman?
And he's gone for quite a long time. You guys are just sitting here for like 30 minutes. Talking amongst yourselves, confused about why there's a fireman. And there is no food or water or anything on the table. You didn't see any vending machines out in the hall, so you're just sitting here waiting. After about 30 minutes, I should advance the time. We got 30 minutes. It's about 8:35. There's a clock on the wall. It is a digital clock, not a analog. It just has that 7-segment display, 4 digits. So it's 08:35 right now. And before he returns, and he says, I don't know where he is. I thought, weren't you all set up in the Holiday Inn down the road?
Yes.
Well, I called and they couldn't find him. They don't know where he is. God, how do you lose a fireman? I thought they're supposed to be responsible, aren't they? He's just kind of asking rhetorically out to you guys. But he says, okay, well, I guess I can get started. And he hands you some documents. So sorry, I'm ASAC Kevin Slotin. ASAC, I guess Merv knows what that means. Does Delane and Corbin immediately know what that means? Do the players know what that means?
I do not know what that means.
Uh,
Maybe
I
my
as-
character would know what that means.
I, as the player, do not know.
Okay. It's assistant special agent in charge of in this case he runs because of the small part, even though he's not the special agent in charge, he's just assistant special agent in charge. He is in charge of Bakersfield. Yeah. Says I'm ASAC Slotin. I'm in this case out here. It's something. Sorry, I gotta read a little bit.
You gonna fill us in on the details of this case?
Well, I was
Pretty ominous summonings for me.
I don't want to repeat myself. I was hoping the fireman's is gonna be here. I guess I can tell you a little bit. And he mostly just tells you things you already know. There's someone died out in the desert in Death Valley, some small town in Hellbend is the name of the town. And Bakersfield here is the closest office, FBI office. And the first death, the sheriff's department investigated it, and they said, it's Like, it was just an accident. The guy took his Bobcat, the machine, like a heavy machinery, and it looks like there was an accident. The Bobcat malfunctioned and it ran him over when he wasn't looking. But then, when another person died about a month later, with similar injuries, they realized that it was not a machine, and they think someone's out there murdering the poor townsfolk of Hellbend. And the chief needs this case solved.
It's not a haunted bobcat.
It might be. I didn't say it wasn't.
Well, presumably the injuries aren't caused by a bobcat, though, right?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
So back as Sloan, he says, this is a big one, all right. And we need all of your expertise here. Here, let me go, and he's like, I'm sorry, I'm stressed out here. I'm on kind of a short leash right now. Let me get you some waters. I can't say more until we get the last guy here. So he leaves, again. And it's another 30 minutes before he returns with 4 like mini bottles of water, just like the 6-ounce bottles, and he puts you, here you go, here, I hope you guys weren't waiting long. Sorry, I'm losing track of time. Last guy's still not here. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but just feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back when he's here.
You mind if I light?
If you want.
If I light?
Well, not really allowed to. This is a contained room, but fuck it. Do whatever you want.
Alright.
So he lights up. So he leaves again, and I don't know. You guys can talk amongst yourselves a little bit quick.
Yeah. Corbin nods over at Merv. Merv, was it? Is this by any means typical of the sorts of operations you've been on before? Like I said, I haven't worked with the FBI very often, but this seems highly unusual.
This seems like a local police issue, local deaths. I'm not really sure why the FBI is getting involved here.
Why do we need a fireman, of all things? And a chemist, for that matter.
Well, firemen would be needed to clear the scene properly. Apply support to the local law enforcement,
but any old
I'm not sure why we're getting involved.
Any old fireman would do for that. They seem to want a very particular fireman.
Mm-hmm.
Strikes me as odd.
One with great expertise in the desert.
For real.
What is Delane doing? He's just sitting there quietly, shrinking in the seat.
Just
okay.
Staring off into his face. Yeah.
Okay.
Delane, do you care to contribute anything to the conversation? Just out of curiosity.
I glance over to them. You'll find out when you need to.
You know anything?
You always do.
And so, this
kid
triggers.
over here has been through some shit.
This triggers Corbin. You realize, like, the Delane. You get a feeling like he knows Delta Green as well, from that comment. You figure it out because of course, you already know this is a Delta Green operation. So you're like, he is aware. Also, it seems like Merv has no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
So do you try to suss out more from Delane, or?
Yeah. Actually, I suppose you probably would. Now you always find out what you find out when they want you. Know what exactly do you mean by that? This ain't your first rodeo, is it?
You're just gonna sit there all quiet?
Now, I
They
reckon...
They don't like it when you say things before they tell you.
Who's they?
It's a good question.
Well, you're the one who said it.
I don't answer.
Okay. So you guys probably try pulling him out of the lane, but he won't budge. So you guys are just sitting there. You're probably getting hungry because now it's like 12:07. In fact, at about 11 a.m. You hear. This was at the hotel room, Nino's hotel room. Pounding on the door wakes him up at like 11:30.
Ugh. By the way, he wakes up. He immediately puts the hat on. The
Perfect.
vacation hat.
Priorities.
Ugh. What the hell is that? What time is it? That's not good. He gets up. He opens the door.
And you just see this dude in the suit staring at you like, what's going on? Hey, come with me. And like, are you shirtless right now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, he just grabs you and pulls you. Are
I
you wearing
need to
any
brush
clothes?
My teeth. Yeah, I'm wearing my
Hat?
my fireman pants. I didn't have time to change. I just got to my room, took off my shirt, and knocked out.
All right, so you're wearing pants and your
And
vacation
suspenders,
hat,
of course.
suspenders and vacation hat.
It's because the
He
suspenders were already on. I just pulled them down, so I just pull them up.
perfect. Okay, yeah. So he grabs you and he pulls you into the SUV. He says, "What the hell is wrong with you?"
Sorry, man. I'm just. It's been a long week.
Can't believe I'm having to track down fucking kid at the hotel room. Oh, paid for this shit. Well, we're always underfunded. Why don't they give us anyone real? Should have a fucking assistant doing this type of shit.
Hey, man, you look stressed. You should do some breathing exercises.
Now, don't tell me what to do. Hey, you're the
Well,
one that
it's-
slept in. You're supposed to be in our offices 8 a.m.
I forgot.
He just shakes his head. He's done talking to you. He pulls
This
up.
was supposed to be relaxing.
What do you think this was? A vacation?
Is it not?
No, it's not. There's been a murder.
Oh, all right.
Nice.
God, did you not read any of the documents?
No,
God, all right, well we'll fill you in when we get inside.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Alright. Yeah, he pulls into the parking lot. He opens the door. Thank you. He opens the door. Do you get out
Yeah.
when he pulls up? Okay.
Fuck.
No, I wait for him to open the door for me.
Yeah. Okay. He pulls around. He starts walking up, and he's like, "What the fuck?" You see him look around. He runs over. He swings the door open. All right, get the
Thank
fuck
you.
out.
Okay.
And since you barely stepped out, he slams the door. He runs in to the office. He says, "Come on, hurry up."
All right, all right.
He goes slamming the door. So you guys enter the room. He says, "Come on, come on." And you guys see this shirtless fireman just wearing suspenders walking in.
Sorry, I'm late, guys. I didn't realize there'd be so much sand.
You're in Bakersfield right now, so there's not even sand.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm late, guys.
Okay. And so Asax Loden comes in and says, all right, how you guys doing? You guys need more water?" And you guys know, if he goes and leaves to get you water, it'll be another like 30 minutes. Yeah, what's up, Nino?
Why are the water bottles so small?
Budget cuts.
Hmm,
You can thank Obama for that one.
I will.
Gotta get him out of there.
Thanks, Obama.
Corbin just jumps in. We're good on the water, thanks. Can we please just carry on with whatever it is that you were needing to wait for the fireman to tell us?
Yes?
Mind if I vape?
That man over there is already smoking. Go ahead. He furrows his brow. He's stressed out. He wipes his head, and he flops down into the seat. All right. So, believe you three are already acquainted, hopefully, and here's
Not really.
well, as I said, I'm Asax Slotin. Here's the fireman we've been waiting on, Mr. Nino Levon. So I'm sorry, I've been so stressed out. Here, I gotta call in someone. He just he pulls out a pager and he goes boop 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 beep, and he puts it down. He says, we'll be joined shortly by a special agent up from Sacramento. So how do you do this? It says, well, I'll leave the details of the case to Agent Turk, but I've been tasked with introducing you guys to something here. Oh, you know what? I lied. Okay. Just you know, I don't really know what's going on here, but you know, Sacramento called. They said, you know, we need to get on this case out in Hellbent. I said, you know, what the hell? Why can't the sheriffs handle it? But they really want us on it, and so they called us. They said we're gonna have 4 experts come in. And I don't know, it's something up from the top, something crazy going on, apparently, because we have some credentials for all y'all. We have some identities for you. And he hands some portfolios to you, and they have badges in them, FBI badges, and he also slides some guns to you, FBI issue guns. Merv does not get one. He already has one. But Merv, even you do get a new badge, new credentials. And these this says you guys are FBI agents. You have all this stuff. You're reading through it, and what are the names on these? These will not be your real names. Corbin pulls this up, and it says Special Agent.
Special Agent. It's gonna go with fucking Thin. It's a good first name.
Just give me a last name.
Oh yeah, it can just be one name, huh? We'll do Hamilton.
Okay. Special Agent Hamilton. Delane is not surprised by any of this, and he just quickly scans, and what is the name that he reads?
It's explicitly just one name, right?
Turlock.
It's probably a full name, but Turlock.
Yeah.
But we just need one name for now. And what about Nino? What does he read? What's the agent name? The cover name?
Ocho Diaz.
Ocho Diaz. Okay. And what about Merv? What name does he read?
As is. What's this? AZIZ? What kind of un-American name is this, bud?
Aziz?
Aziz?
Aziz, yeah.
Oh god.
Okay.
Yeah, you're Agent Aziz. So you guys are surprised. Well, Delane's not surprised that Nino and Corbin are surprised that you're getting identities at all. And then Merv is like, what the hell? I'm out of the FBI. Why are you giving me new FBI credentials?
Mhm.
It says, these are, you'll be assuming these identities. You are to use this name and nothing else when you're out in the field. Please do not refer to each other by your real names. It's okay if you know it already, but when you're out there, when you're talking to the sheriff, you'll meet the sheriff. later today, and you'll talk to the townsfolk. These are your names. You are FBI, and you are Agent Aziz and Turlock and Ocho Diaz and Hamilton. These are your names. You are to go by this at all times. You got it? So I can give you a little bit more about the case. Like I said, I don't really know what's going on. They just dumped this all on me last minute. I didn't know until, you know, Friday night. They called me into the office late and told me I need to get on this. I've been trying to do research, but they won't tell me anything. But I've been in charge. I'm keeping close tabs on this case, so I'll be your contact here. If you need anything from the FBI, you know, you should call me. You'll in the portfolios, you got my pager, you got my cell, you got my office number, you got my email. Anything you need, just come reach out to me, because if this goes south, there's something crazy is coming down from Sacramento. I don't know. So please, if you have any questions, reach out to me and I'll handle it. This is my #1 priority right now. Okay. So you have me. And if there's anything, any bureaucracy going on, anything you need, I'll be, any red tape you need cuts, I'll be there. I'll do my best to handle things up top. All right. So you guys were already briefed on the case a little bit, but yeah. Oh, God, I don't have his name. Oh, Clifford. Let me. Gotta scroll.
The big red dog?
Yeah. Clifford Potter.
Any relation to Harry Potter?
No.
Okay, good.
See, do they have his age? Oh, yeah. Clifford Potter, 68. He's retired steel worker. 5'10", 165 pounds. He died sometime between 6 p.m. 9 p.m. Discovered by Jarvis Green, the local boy. It was about 2 miles north of the town. Looks like blunt force trauma, cutting trauma too. He has no family. He has a brother deceased a couple years ago. You know, he's not from Hellbent. He moved here a couple years ago, and he, I guess he likes the heat of the desert, and he retired out there. He was digging around the ruins of the old Hunt Electrodynamics plant, looking for something, digging for you know, gold or metal to sell, maybe digging around the rubble, hoping to make some bucks. I don't really know what he was doing there. He rented a Bobcat from Jarvis, and he was moving around the rubble. And look, initially, Sheriff Mann and Androsi, they believed that it was just a freak accident with, you know, a malfunction in the Bobcat, but it looks like it wasn't the case now, because a couple months later, he gives you the, I'll tell you the exact dates later. A couple months later, Lucille Meyer, again not a local, she moved in. I guess she married Emily Warren, who's a local, been there her whole life, a couple years ago. They lived together there. She's an artist, I guess, sculptor of some sort from LA. The couple sells their art out in LA. I'm sure the sheriff and the deputy can tell you more details. She's 5'2", 100 pounds. She was found, you know, Potter was found north of Hellbent. You guys are taking notes, or at least take notes when you talk to the sheriff. Clifford Potter found 2 miles north, but Lucille Meyer was found 2 miles southeast of Hellbent. So, you know, and the Bobcat was nowhere around. Same injuries, blunt force trauma, some cuts, and shredded torso. Southeast of town. She was discovered this time by the deputy Androsi. Yeah, and of course, information about Hellbent. There's only about 80 people in town. You know, he keeps going through these details. He's rushing through them, kind of. Hunt Electrodynamics plant. There's an accident about 80 years ago in the 50s. The owner was some crazy guy doing experiments. They had a bunch of military contracts on the desert. They were working on some new tech. You know, he was a kind of eccentric man. You know, doing state-of-the-art research. You know, and you think like a kind of Steve Jobs personality, where he's trying to be a revolutionary, but he's kind of crazy. But like a crazy Steve Jobs, crazier Steve Jobs rather. They moved this place out in the desert, even though it does not need to be in the desert. Moved the plant out to the desert, and he's working on all this military stuff. But at some point, it looked like one of his new inventions, something they were working on, blew up, and it turned the plant to rubble. The office and the factory down to rubble, which is where Clifford Potter was found. Asax Slotin doesn't know any more details about that. You'll have to learn that from the townsfolk. He says, look, yeah, there's some plants, and afterwards, you know, with most of the men in town dying, and in the explosion, the town shrank from 20,000 people down to 80, and they all now that's where it's at now. But I think it's last census 2010, there's about 82 people living in town, including Lucille Meyer and Potter, so they're down to 80 now. Yeah, that's about it. The sheriff will fill you in more details about the exact details. I think they got a coroner there. They can tell you about the cause of death. But you know, that's the background on the case. And I believe in a minute here, I just paged him. You'll be meeting with special agent in charge, Michael Turk. He's up from Sacramento, and I guess he doesn't want me in the room for some reason. I don't really know what's going on, but yeah, that's what I know about the case. But you know, if anything comes up, you know, feel free to let me in. Let me know what's going on. I guess Turk is pretty busy. He flew down here this morning at 4 a.m. So he'll fill you in on more details, I guess. But I'll be your main point of contact after today.
How many people died again? Sorry,
2.
Out of character, just 2. So one was Clifford Potter, found at the plant. Who was the other one?
Lucille Meyer. She is age 36. She's a sculptor. 5'2",
Where was she found?
100 pounds. Southeast of the town. So that's 4.5 miles away from where Clifford Potter was found.
So same area, but they're both by the plant, right?
No, Clifford Potter was found like just outside the plant in the rubble. Lucille Meyer was found out stranded in the middle of the desert, on the other side of town, nowhere near the plant.
Okay, so Clifford Potter was found by the plant. Lucille Meyer found
Just out in the desert.
out in the desert, the other side of town.
Yep.
Okay.
And
so let me see if I got this right. There was some incident some years ago that caused the plant to explode. After the plant exploded, they moved the plant to out in the desert so that
No,
doesn't
no.
happen again.
No, opposite. The guy, I'll tell you the name, Arthur Hunt, founded Hunt Electrodynamics, and he put the plant there in the 30s, and they were working on, they do like radio stuff for the war, for World War II. They make radio stuff, and they make, you know, some steel and some electronics for, you know, some of the ships and planes and stuff. They make the computers that are going in, and electronics that are going in, and all the radios and stuff.
Okay.
And
there was an explosion, and there a bunch of people died, so the populace is very low, and the plant is no longer open after the incident.
yes, the company still exists. They transitioned from military stuff to like washing machines, refrigerator. And you guys would all know about this company.
And then the Arthur Hunt or whatever, did he die in the incident?
He died. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, now they make refrigerators and freezers, or they did at some point. They probably still make them, but that's not the main thing. They're back doing military contracts again. They're like a defense contractor.
Okay. And as far
So
as
you would know that.
And as far as the public knows, that place is abandoned, and the cause of death for Clifford Potter and Lucille Meyer was blunt force trauma and a torn up torso.
Yeah, it is like shredded. Well, all their limbs are shredded, but it looks like
Mangled.
yeah, mangled.
Presumably animal attack.
No one told you that. If that's what you think off the bat, then yeah, but no one told you
Well,
that.
he said something about a bobcat.
Machine.
What?
That is.
A heavy machine for construction.
Yeah.
That's a construction
Uh,
machine. Yeah,
And-
that's
and to clarify real quick, you said these guys shifted to like, I don't know, consumer like appliances and stuff. Did you say they're back into military stuff now as well? Or they're-
yeah. They do defense contracts. I'm gonna download a picture of a bobcat for Malik.
Yeah.
Man.
It's like a forklift, but it moves dirt.
But you said bobcat, and then like there was no bobcat found in that area, so I was like, oh, he's talking about the animal, the bobcat,
So,
because
so
it
they've-
sounded like an animal attack.
So they've always done defense contracts. They've never stopped doing them.
They did stop doing it for a while. But
Okay,
now
and then they came back. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I guess I missed it then. Why was the bobcat relevant?
It's
hold
not
on.
Really.
file browser. Delta Green. It's a bobcat.
Okay, so why was that relevant?
The sheriffs presumed that this thing malfunctioned and it killed Clifford Potter. But then
Was
when
it
they
found
found
by his body?
yeah, he was at the plant, like, you know, he's been seen there for a while, like digging around for metal and stuff,
Okay.
like from the wreckage of the plant, because it's just been
Uh-huh.
left there for like 80 years.
Yeah. Okay.
No one's touched it, but he's digging around. You know, he's hunting for metal and stuff. You know, like old men do with their metal detectors, looking for stuff. So that's what he
Okay.
was doing. But he was digging up the rubble using the bobcat to like move stuff out of the way. So they presumed initially that the bobcat killed him. Like it malfunctioned while he was like standing next to it, and it malfunctioned and it ran him over. But then when they found Lucille Meyer dead a couple months later, they realized, oh shit, it's probably not the bobcat because she didn't rent it out. She didn't die with it. Something else killed her, but it looks like the same exact injuries.
Okay.
So that's when the sheriff is like, I'm in over my head. We've got like murder going on here. Something clearly killed them. Clifford Potter's death was not an accident like we thought. So they called the FBI. And that is why Bakersfield and Sacramento are getting involved. So then Slotin says, do you guys have any questions?
I think these guys wrote it all down. We should be fine.
There's just one thing I would like for you to answer, if you're able. What exactly is the need for these cover identities exactly? Why all the need for secrecy and discretion in these matters?
So you do know there's more. Corbin knows there's more going on already, right?
Yeah. But he's just trying to like suss out what this guy knows or doesn't know,
And he says,
and also not necessarily show his hand either. You know,
okay, yeah.
this would be unusual to him if he didn't know more.
Yeah, so Sloan says, you know, I don't really know. This comes from Sacramento. Like I said, what's his name? The other guy.
Slogan and
Turk. Special Agent Turk, Special Agent in Charge Turk. He'll fill you in on a little bit more. I'm just your day-to-day contact, but he'll tell you more about that. That's coming from Sacramento. I don't really know the identities, but you're going there on as FBI agents. That's all I know. You're special agents for the foreseeable future.
Understood.
Any other questions? All right. He says, Turk will be you in a minute. And he gets up and he walks out. You guys say anything amongst yourself?
Anybody want to trade identities?
I'm okay.
I don't really
Don't Don't these badges have our photos on them?
They do.
We just cut the names and swap.
What's yours again?
As is.
Do I look like an as is to you?
Do I look like an as is to you?
Yeah, Corbin knows
and-
it's Aziz.
Oh, Aziz, sorry. Aziz. Okay, Corbin points over to I keep fucking butchering the names. Get out
Delaney?
of here, Bobcat. Delaney, yeah. He looks like he could be an Aziz to me. What do you think?
Nerd, you want to be an as is?
I just say you're both exceptionally racist, but here, take it, and then I take the Aziz.
Take
I,
the
I'm
Aziz.
I'm afraid of conflict. I timidly hand him the paper and I take the other one and
Now, I take offense to that exceptionally racist. I'm just trying to give our team the best composition possible and the best possible cover.
It's not racist to not want to be an as is. Alright?
And honestly speaking, you look much more like an Aziz than either of us. It's a little bit more believable.
They must have got me confused. I don't know why they thought I'd look like an as is, for honest.
I have a quick question. Who are you people?
I want to know the same thing about yourself. But, to answer your question, it looks like we're a team now.
Okay, but who are you?
That's a really weird segue off of that.
Are you?
It's like, segue, go, cut. Corbin at this point realizes that I don't think he would have noticed necessarily from the Delta Green, but the fact that they're getting cover identities, I think to him at this point kind of raises as just a signal of like what he should and shouldn't be sharing at this point. So, so Corbin responds to that question just going like, all you need to know for the time being is that we're going to be working together and that each of us has our own expertise. And for whatever reason, we are needed on this case together.
Well, what's your field of expertise? Maybe we should go around and do a little powwow about that.
Fair enough. Well, as
Well,
I've
I
already...
can start if you want. If you want, you can go, Mr.
Well,
Professor Man.
We should make the habit of calling each other by our cover identities now. Also, I do need to write these down too. So why don't we go around real quick and again, we'll recap our expertise and our identities for this little case here. My name, as far as you guys will be concerned for the time being, is Hamilton, Agent Hamilton. My expertise is in anthropology and history from multiple different domains and regions of the world, but particularly specializing in the Middle East. At that, Corbin gestures over to Merv.
All right. Well, I served my tour in Afghanistan, raised my rank to corporal before I took my leave, and now I'm working out here, local law enforcement, you know, working on terror threats, all that. So, do my best to get a little tussling in.
And your cover identity? Please refresh the group.
Turlock. Agent Turlock.
Is that Turdlock or Turlock?
No D, I misread it. That's my bad.
Turlock.
Yep, Turlock.
Alright.
Since we've traded now. Don't want to get confused as an as is.
And at that, Corbin gestures to I don't know why I'm having a problem with this with Delane. And Aziz over there, please enlighten the group as to your expertise.
Aziz, Agent Aziz, expert in chemistry.
And what exact type of chemistry? It's a broad domain, you know.
The chemical kind.
Okay.
Cooking meth
This-
or something? Oh,
this
what's going
boy
on?
won't budge, will he? It's appropriate. Fine.
You-
Alright.
I mean,
and-
you saw my backstory, so.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But, well, we haven't seen your backstory.
No, true, but I'm
Yeah,
just
but he ain't gonna
you'd
tell
understand,
it. It's
you'd understand why I'm not replying.
Yeah, and Corbin would relative understand the gist of what's going on. And the fireman over there.
I'm Nino. Nope. Just kidding. I'm Agent Diaz.
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 All right. And as the whole group is painfully aware of by now, you're a fireman. Now, I presume you're a fireman of some sort of specialty or expertise. Yes. No.
I mean, yes, yes, of course.
Hmm.
How'd you get here, bud? Who told you to come?
Some man in a suit.
Did he say, like, why? Like, you
Are
good
you
at
sure
anything?
there isn't a firefighter's office next door or something? You didn't erroneously came here instead.
Uh,
Are you
may-
convinced
maybe.
this is the right place you're supposed to be?
I don't. Well, I don't know anymore now. Maybe.
Heavens, golly gee.
My specialty is fires, if that helps.
Making fire? Putting out fire?
Usually putting it out.
Okay.
Usually putting it out.
Well, one time I lit the curtains on my bedroom on fire.
What?
Mm.
How?
I didn't mean to.
Well, we have at least two competent people in the room. Corbin says as he looks over at Mav or Turlock.
Don't be so hard on yourself, man. I'm sure you'll bring something to the group.
Very possibly a third competent person as he looks over at Delane. Doubtful at that. And this one. Well,
Okay, so it's about this time that you hear a knock on the door.
Who is it?
And then you open the door and you see this guy. Says, hey, how's it going, guys? I'm Agent Grunberg. Did Slowden fill you in?
Yeah. We're
something to that effect, although he didn't seem like he. It seemed like the details he was privy to were somewhat limited.
Yeah. And by the way, Slowden said you would be seeing Agent Michael Turk, not Agent Grunberg.
Oh, this is a different person?
Yes.
Okay.
This is. He says Grunberg, and you're like, who the fuck is this? We thought we were meeting with
okay,
Agent Turk.
got it. Missed that. Okay.
There's he steps in. And then behind him are two other agents whose pictures I have, but I did not put in the Foundry yet. So you see a younger man, and again they look like agents. A Japanese man Japanese FBI agent, and a white woman with she's brunette hair down to her shoulders. I will try to find images for them. As I say this,
All three of them coming together, or
ye-
they're like right behind them.
I don't know if they should all be here, but I'm just gonna say they're all here. This is Agent Nakamura. He nods, and Agent Charlvain. Oh, and he closed the door after them.
McNamara and Travain.
Nakamura.
McNamara. Okay.
McNamara is
Macklemore?
Irish name.
Macklemore.
McNamara and Travain.
Nakamura and Charlvain. I'll write it out for you later. But
Yeah, do that. Do that.
Yeah, and he says he is Agent Grunberg. Says sorry, I know this is pretty confusing, but we're here. We're with the FBI. We're from DC. But we're not here on behalf of FBI. We're here on behalf of Delta Green.
Right.
All of you.
I
Yeah,
continue
you
to
have
stare
a
off into space. I don't.
you have a
I don't
question
look
there?
Surprised.
What's Delta Green?
I thought,
And you weren't briefed either. Sir, please, I don't mean to intrude, but are you absolutely confident that this man is supposed to be in the room with us?
Yeah, he's in a suit and everything. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be here.
Mm-hmm.
He says, well, this is a special case.
Special
So
indeed.
I take it that he's not aware of Delta Green then. All
It
right.
would appear not.
Man,
And,
I was asleep like 20 minutes ago.
To be fair, I don't really know what's going on in this case much either.
I'm not worried about you, Murph.
Investigating that- Oh, okay.
Hey, you'll be just fine. So he sits down and he explains, Delta Green, we are an agency without any agency. We are secret, extra legal agency. We don't exist. That's why you haven't heard of us. Delta Green is we have agents from all over the place on the FBI. In fact, Merv, your good friend Lorenz, he is with us. Delta Green, we take care of things that man should not know about. The supernatural, the occult. You know, Area 51? All those conspiracy theories you read
Oh,
online.
out New Mexico.
The New Mexico, that's right.
I heard
I-
that's a lovely place this time of year, actually.
Yeah. And I want to retire in New Mexico myself.
I hear that.
But what was he gonna say? Well, everything you hear about, all the conspiracy theories, well, most likely it's true, and but you know, with some creative liberties taken by those hallucinogens that are affecting those type of folk. But any case, anything odd, any oddities, Delta Green takes care of it. Your mission here, under the cover of the FBI, you are to investigate this case, these murders. We do believe these are murders, but it may not be human that's killed Mr. Potter and Miss Mayer. As you can tell, this is probably an unusual case. You're to go there under cover of the FBI. You will report anything on the surface to Agent Slowden and Agent Turk. They are unaware of Delta Green. You do not tell them anything About that green, anything suspicious, you report it to Nakamura or Tralvain here. Are we all following so far?
Yeah, I believe so.
I have a quick question
Yeah.
Never
for
mind.
the group. Can you guys see him? Because he said they don't exist, and that's what my therapist says about the other men that I see in suits, and all the stuff he's saying sounds pretty hokey.
Oh,
This boy's got no filter, does he?
I don't think he's got a brain. He's real, bud. All right.
Okay. Are
Just
you guys?
Just don't talk to anybody but us.
Are you real? I've never met a man like you before.
There ain't no man like me, I tell you.
That's true. It's true.
One of a kind.
Why? Corbin just says that as he's kind of just shaking his head out in the corner, kind of mumbling to himself at this point. Just
Why what?
please, can we continue with this?
He looks like he has a headache or something. Do you guys have like ibuprofen that he could borrow? I don't know if we have enough water for you to get it down, but you can borrow mine if you want.
Yeah, none he can borrow.
That is.
I don't need any ibuprofen, son. Just keep it moving.
Well,
That,
you could do Advil too. But ibuprofen's just it's. I learned that it's not the brand. It's the same thing.
so that was Agent Nakamura, and this is Agent Tralvain. This is what they look like.
They look very intense.
They do.
No, she's been through some stuff.
I think he's been
She
through.
she
some
looks
stuff.
like she's from Law and Order, and he looks like he's from like a Tekken game.
Yeah, he does.
He looks like he's from the Yakuza series.
Yeah. Don't be racist. So.
I'll try.
Yeah.
He looks like he's from the Yakuza series. It's in character, I'm allowed.
Yeah. So Grumber
Is he
continues.
one of them Yakuza?
Because.
See, that's my secret. I'm always in character.
So Grumber continues and he says, okay, well, as long as we're all following now, yeah. So there's the case of the two fatalities. You are to investigate and report to Agent Slotin, and you're gonna have to come up with something because we believe that it is not anything explainable. You'll have to come up with a rational explanation to report to the FBI and to the public. And well, I say the public because this will get reported out by the FBI. You are by any means necessary. You are to keep this under wraps. Do not attract attention. If the press gets word of these deaths, this 2 people died out in the middle of the desert. There's no attention. But if you guys cause any trouble, if you cause any ruckus, and you get the attention outside of Hellbend itself, there will be trouble, and we will be stepping in. It is critical to walk with care, and you must provide a plausible cover story to keep Sloan and Turk happy, alright?
Okay.
Shouldn't coming up with a cover story be more in your guys' domain than ours? You're really kind of throwing us into the deep end here, it feels like.
Excuse me?
Well, we don't even know details of the case yet, and you want us to make a cover story. I think it's a fair assessment.
This is your whole job. This is what you're doing.
No one told me that. I just came with the muscle.
He told you just now that you are to investigate the case and then come up with a cover.
Okay, well, that's our whole job. You want me to think?
Well, I bet
Yeah, I'm
these
not
other
very
2 are
good
gonna
at
do
that.
most of the thinking.
Really asking a lot here.
With
We'll-
all,
Normally I'd
We'll
take
be
a
about the
all-
green contact.
With
You are the
all-
ones on this case.
yeah, with all due respect, that is not what my expertise is in, nor do I assume it is any of their expertise, and
Well,
quite frankly, I doubt the expertise of some of these people at all. Again,
Well,
gesturing over at
if you're not great at thinking,
know.
I can do it for you. You know, we're a team. We can cover each other's bases.
well, if that's not your expertise, you better get it quick.
Alright. I'm down to play ball.
When I said bases, I didn't literally mean ball. I don't think we're playing any ball here. I wish we were because it's really fun, but his suit tells me that we're probably not going to be.
I must admit, for
Is he the cover story?
and now that's an idea, isn't it?
Well, no, that he is not the cover. You're all brought in because of your expertise. Doctor, what is your name? Dr.
Monroe?
Ridgemont.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
Dr. Ridgemont.
I'm also a doctor. That's right.
Dr. Ridgemont, your knowledge of the history, we believe, may be of importance here to be able to understand what's going on. We believe there's something suspicious going on, something unnatural has occurred out in Hellbent. We think your knowledge can help us understand what happened, and especially with the strange history here of Hunt's electrodynamics. I think you can help us piece it together, and even come up with a good cover-up story that'll keep the reality away from prying eyes. Dr. Monroe, of course, you understand fully why you are here. You know, doing forensics on these two bodies, of course, but also to investigate if there's any strange compounds around. You know, out in the desert, we don't know what was going on at that plant. We don't know what's going on in this town, what the town folk are up to, but there's something strange out in Hellbent. I believe you might be able to piece together the reality of it, the science behind of it. Merv, you know what you're here to do. In case there's any trouble, you're gonna be taking care of it.
Yes, sir.
Something out there in the desert killed these two poor people, and you all, especially these two doctors over here, need the protection. And Mr. Levon, your expertise has been coming into question, so I will lay it out for the rest of them so they question it no longer. Mr. Levon,
Thank you.
Mr. Levon here is a firefighter.
That it?
Yes, I understand he is a firefighter.
Did the hat give it away?
He is a firefighter, and
He's also a fire maker, we know.
True.
Yes. Well, his medical expertise will come in handy. Again, forensics, and we think, you know, you will be getting into some dangerous situations, some emergency situations that even Merv here will not be able to get you out of. There's, like we said, you know about the accident from the Hunt plant. You know, if there's anything supernatural going on that you need to get out of, Levon is the man to get you out of it. If there's
And
something you
you-
need to fight, Merv can take care of it. If there's something you need to get away from, Mr. Levon will get you away from it.
and you proposition that this man is able to deal with those sorts of things.
I believe Mr. Levon is the most important man here.
Oh.
Hmm.
Okay,
If
we'll
I'm
take
being
I
your word
quite
agree.
for it, I
honest,
reckon.
Mr. Ridgemont, you probably don't need to be here at all, but you know, you were just too close to this case coming up on snooping around the unnatural. We thought it's best to loop you in rather than keep you out and stumble upon it and end up hurting yourself. So we involved you to keep you safe. These three here to keep you safe and out of trouble. You got it?
How unnatural are we
Alright.
talking, by the way?
This is a fun bunch of people, ain't it? Alright.
I think so. I think it'll be fun.
Suppose life just gets a little bit weirder every day, don't it?
This
Well,
is
when
this
you seek out the weird, I guess you find it.
this is the state of the world. You will come to find that being involved in Delta Green, there are some. You will get used to the unnatural and the strange. And to answer your question, Merv, well, you're there to find out just how weird it is. Maybe it's not much at all. Maybe the danger has already subsided. But you're there to find out and to stop it if there is still a threat out there.
I ask them, so any predictions on what supernatural cause it is this time?
You know, we believe there's, I mean, I believe it's quite obvious there's something going on in the ruins of that plant. Mr. Porter was found out in the rubble of the factory, and I believe he dug something up he shouldn't have. As for Miss Mayer, not quite sure what happened to her, but seems like it's whatever got Mr. Potter got to her as well. Now, maybe it was just a coincidence, and maybe it wasn't anything to do with the plant at all. Out in the desert, it could be anything. But that's where I'd start if I were you.
I ask, I mean, it's just two sudden deaths in the middle of nowhere. I don't understand. I don't see why this would have caught your attention unless you guys knew something. I mean, it's the cause of death looks to me just like any old wild animal attack. What put this on your radar?
So he
It's
explains.
something you're not telling us.
So he explains to you the details of Delta Green and that there was no formal organization. There is possibly no leadership. There is no hierarchy. It's just a bunch of agents. There's cells of agents. Like these three, they happen to know each other, but and they are assigned to your case. They'll take care of any Delta Green stuff. They're your Delta Green contacts for the case. But outside of Lorenz that Merv knows and the CIA agent that Corbin knows, you guys wouldn't ever hear of anyone else from Delta Green. These three are the only ones you'll know from Delta Green. They'll just handle the unnatural. You report anything unnatural to them. Any whiff you get, they say to report it to them. Now, you don't have to do that. You don't have to report anything to the FBI if you don't want to. You're supposed to. That's your job. To report the on the surface things to FBI and the under the surface things to these three in Delta Green. But you will have full authority to act on things however you please. If you think there's something suspicious going on, you can do as you please. Now, these three don't tell you that. You get the indication that you're basically on your own out there. They say what these three do tell you is that, just exactly that. You're on your own. You report anything to them. You let them know if you're in over your head and they need to get someone else to step in. But other than that, you just report information to them. They will not be helping you with the case. You just report information to them. Whereas Slotin said, he'll try to help you with the case because he's under a lot of pressure, but is he doesn't know about Delta Green. There's only so much he can do. He can get you FBI resources potentially, but you get the feeling like he probably doesn't have that many resources himself.
Well, I mean, that didn't really answer my question though, right? Like,
they don't
I was
tell you.
asking them. Okay.
Yeah, that was
Like
I was telling you the players that because these guys will not tell you. They don't know anything else. So there's the cells of Delta Green. Someone told them to bring you four in. They don't know why. they know as much about the case as you do. Something triggered an alarm about Hellbent that said, this is a Delta Green case. Someone somewhere said, this is a Delta Green case. And they put you 4 on the case.
So someone knows more, just not these guys.
And it's Delta Green is like that on purpose. Compartmentalizing the information. So these
Okay.
guys will report to someone else. But you report to them, they report to someone else. You will never meet that someone else.
Okay.
They explain that structure there to you. So they don't know any details about the case other than what the FBI knows. And that for some reason Delta Green says that it's more than just what the FBI said. There's something unnatural about this. And it's your job to figure out what it is. If they knew what it is, they wouldn't need you guys at all.
Okay. Well then, okay, so in that case, I'd like to get home as soon as possible. Shall we go see the body?
Yeah. So you guys will be, I believe, Turk is supplying you guys with a car that you guys should be taking out there. And some supplies, of course. You have your credentials already from Floatin. You guys can head out there whenever you're ready. Do you guys have any more questions?
Just need to grab some things from my truck before we head out.
Yes, one other thing. Given the nature of the type of work that we're doing, I could venture to guess some best practices, but do you have any recommendations on maintaining the secrecy and covertness of this operation?
Anything you see, don't talk about it. Don't let anyone know. You talk about it in private, you make sure no one can hear you.
Alright.
Come up with a cover case as best you can. Find some plausible explanation for these 2 deaths. You know, maybe you say an animal killed them. I don't really care as long as people believe it. As long as the FBI believes it, as long as the public believes it. Doesn't really matter. So they tell you, like, you should be gathering evidence, both unnatural evidence and real evidence. Now, the real evidence doesn't actually have to lead to the actual deaths. It just has to be something you find that you can be like, yeah, this was definitely what happened. You know, we found a murder weapon, and there was some crazy guy that went around slashing these 2 out in the desert, and you know, we found this murder weapon. It could be, you could completely fabricate it, as long as the FBI believes it.
Yeah, I'll say out of character what I'm trying to do, because I feel like it is important. So that most recent like handout you sent to us, it was like I forget somebody's aphorisms or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Axioms.
I feel like
Alphonse's axioms.
Alphonse's axioms. I feel like that's like in character would be really good to know some of those things. And like,
Oh yeah,
it's
you're
also a
handed
little-
that.
Okay, cool.
That's part of your portfolio that
Okay.
they hand to you.
Okay, cool. I thought that's super important because that's a lot of like really just operational security stuff that like we wouldn't necessarily know to do otherwise, and it's like very important. So that's all I really wanted to get out of that. So cool.
Yes. So
Okay, so I can assume that. Okay, so that's common knowledge between us that we all have read this and should.
you
well-
read it like right now.
Okay, yeah. At this point, we've all read it. So
Um,
we all know this is what they recommend us to do.
so there's this PDF. It's also on the Google Drive. But there's this PDF here, and you click load PDF, it'll load up. This is Alphonse's Axioms for Agents. And you read it. It's basically like the rules of Fight Club, right? You don't talk about Fight Club. See, that first, your job is to find the threat, stop the threat, cover it up so it's like the threat never happened. First commandment is, thou shalt not get caught. You do not get a get out of jail free card. You do not have a license to kill. To the world outside of Delta Green, you are a criminal, a terrorist, and a traitor. If you are arrested, you will keep quiet, say nothing, and take what's coming. Getting you out of custody is not our problem. So ignore the ASL stuff. Unless Delta Green needs you for something. This refers to stuff like Night at the Opera, and this is Delta Green. Delane would know that when Delta Green agents say Night at the Opera, that's a cover term for like operation. They're like, oh god, just another Night at the Opera, another operation they're going on. You always have your go bag ready, stick to code names and cover names, so you guys have to use your cover names the entire time. That's Hamilton, Turlock, Aziz, and Ocho DS. You already have a first name. The rest of you figure out first and last name. You will always refer to each other by those cover names. Keep your cover identity, blah blah. You have to ignore most of the other stuff. It's not really going to be that applicable. Oh yeah, friendlies. If you meet any Delta Green friendlies, people that are aware of Delta Green but are not agents, they can know the truth about this operation, but they can't know the truth about Delta Green. They can know like, oh, there's a vampire in town, you know, they can know that, but you don't tell them about Delta Green itself. You always lie to anyone who isn't a member of Delta Green. That means the FBI. That means everyone in town. You are lying to them constantly. Everything you tell them has to be a lie. You don't want them to know why you're there or anything like that. So you can read these axioms. They have more details. I guess there's kind of... A lot of this isn't really applicable to this campaign. The other stuff when they're referring to like ASL and stuff. But these are good rules to follow for any agent on any operation.
That would have been like during the like dark period or whatever, right?
Dark period?
Just their off years or whatever, where they weren't like an official org.
You wouldn't know about that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just asking out of character because you said that wasn't relevant.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But yeah, so you guys know those like that code of conduct, how to handle yourselves there. Yeah, and then so if you guys don't have any other questions, Agent Grunberg, Tralvain, and Makamura will walk out, and you're on your own now.
And they just give us what, like a phone number to reach them at?
Yeah. They give you a specific. They give you one phone that says this is how you reach us, and there's one contact in it.
Okay.
They give you a cell phone. Or they give you a BlackBerry.
Whoa.
Do we still have our personal devices on us?
I don't know. Do you?
Presumably, if nobody told us at this point to not bring it, then yeah. But
yeah, I didn't tell you not to.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you guys do?
I want to go look at the body.
Time to hop in the car and get our yees out there.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how we want to handle this in game, but in character, I think the first thing Corbin would do after reading that is he would follow the rules and leave his phone at the hotel for one.
I wouldn't do that. Lorenz told me I can call him for anything, so I'm gonna keep my phone on me.
Yeah. So, Grunberg didn't give you any directions, anything like that.
Yeah, that's in the rules or the Alfonso's axioms for agents, though, right?
Yeah, that's you. This is totally up to you. You act however you please. Now, if you tell people Delta Green, these guys will come for you, but you have full autonomy to act however you please.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll say that seems like a reasonable operational security measure to take based off of that sheet. And yes, I guess you don't have to do it, but I want to make apparent that Ridgemont does that.
Okay.
He follows the recommended operational security measure.
Okay.
I didn't have my phone on me. I already knew, and I left it when I just woke up and came over
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Same. I didn't have time to grab anything.
Okay. So they also give you keys to the Suburban that you can take out. It's, I don't know, like a 2-hour drive road trip over to Hellbend out in Death Valley from Bakersfield. So a few more details that they provide to you. You will be able to stay at. There's really nowhere to stay in Hellbend. It's so small. I will take us over to. Hellbend. This is the town of Hellbend. Let me get some suspense playing. This is the town of Hellbend, California. So it's very small. There's nowhere to stay here. But in your brief, they tell you about. Wish there's an easier way to get these images. They tell you about, about an hour away. You guys see that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's not showing up on stream. For some reason.
Creek Ranch.
Oh, it is showing up on stream. Oh shit. Let me reload. I had the stream minimized, so it was just frozen.
The stream was frozen that whole time?
Well, on like the last image from when I minimized it.
Unfortunate.
I mean, we weren't showing anything, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, it was just a foundry?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It showed our videos still.
Okay,
Just
cool.
the foundry was frozen. So they might not have seen some of those pop-ups. So yeah, they tell you about Furnace Creek Ranch. This like retirement area down the road. You can stay there, or you can figure out whatever the hell you want to do. This retired resort. There's a little golf course, swimming pool, a little motel that you can stay at. Basically, the only place you will be able to rest. But it's up to you to figure out where you're staying. First, you did also get told that the sheriff is in a place called Independence. It's 2 hours away from Hellbend. That is where the sheriff is at. You can go to the. Oh yeah, that's where the body is. It's actually not in Hellbend. The bodies are at the coroner out in Independence. So if you want to see the bodies first, and instead of going to town first, you would go to the town of Independence. What do you guys say? You're in the car trying to figure out where to go. Let's play that out.
We need to stop, get any materials before you guys are all good to go.
We should head straight to see the bodies. The longer they're dead, the less information we'll get from them.
Yeah, but we are going into the desert. Everyone's got food. Everyone's got water. We all packed, right?
I think we've got what we need, or at least I do.
I just need a shirt and I'm good to go.
Why are you here
Oh, yeah,
shirtless?
he hasn't been wearing a shirt this whole time, huh?
No.
Forgot about that, yeah.
I just figured it was hot, but you actually just didn't bring one?
Actually, you're right. It's gonna be pretty hot. I'm fine without it.
Should we get you sunscreen?
He might
Yeah,
get a little,
Sunscreen, I'll be fine.
sunburnt.
I'll be fine. Yeah.
Alright.
Oh boy. Alrighty. Yeah, you got everything you need. You got your fireman's axe or something, whatever you bring.
So most of you guys' stuff is at your hotel at the Holiday Inn. But assume you guys go and pick up your stuff.
Okay.
Mine was in my truck.
Yes, I have my fireman's axe.
But you continue to not put the shirt on, even though you possess it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's gonna be hot.
Okay. Elaine or Agent Aziz wants to go to Independence to look at the bodies.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Seems like the best course of action to take at this point. Might as well get started there.
All right. So you head on over to Independence. This is the seat of Inyo County, the county of Death Valley. They got a little courthouse, they got sheriff office, and the coroner's office, all right next to each other. Takes you about 3 hours to get there. Let's see. As soon as you pull up in front of the sheriff's office, you see a man standing right outside. This young man with blonde hair. Young man with green eyes, blonde hair, and he's wearing his deputy's outfit. He's waving over to you as you pull up on the street. So if you guys get out and you walk up, he says, "Oh, hi. How's it going, guys?"
Hi.
Howdy.
We're doing
Doing
all
well.
right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Deputy Androsi. Nice to meet y'all.
Nice to meet
Hi.
you as well.
You guys
Likewise.
can call me Lucas.
I
Pleasure
won't
meeting you,
remember that.
Lucas.
Oh, okay. Well, come in. You guys here to see the bodies?
Yeah, do you have any information you can provide us before we start?
On the bodies?
Yeah, I assume you've started looking, right?
Well, yeah. We Dr. White already went through and checked out the bodies.
Anything new since the report?
No. I mean, I don't have any more information. Maybe Dr. White can fill you in more. Let me pull up and Josie for you, and I will pull up Dr. White.
Well, if you don't have much, I know As is over here and wants to see the body as soon as possible. As is.
Fuck yeah.
So this is the handsome
God.
Lucas and Josie.
That's the perfect man.
Okay. He walks you down to the coroner's office, and he walks you down some stairs. They don't have an elevator here. He walks you down some stairs into the lab, and you're greeted by this man.
That's the perfect man right there.
Yes, 6 fingers on his right hand.
That's just, like,
Jesus
that's just
Christ.
modern Albert Einstein.
The guy
Why
just
do you
has
have so many
Wait, why does it
sausage
look like he has
fingers?
gorilla hands?
Yeah, what are those hands?
It looks like his hands are gorilla feet.
In what world is that man performing an autopsy?
He's got extra fingers to help pick around the bodies.
Yeah, he stole them from the bodies.
Holy shit,
Fingernails,
dude.
dude.
Oh
He
my
just has
god.
little nubs for fingers.
That
He's
is
got like one
terrifying.
joint in them and no fingernails.
I love AR.
So Andrews tells you, he says, Well, I don't live in Hellbent, but we're the only Sheriff Man and I are the only people that ever get dispatched there. So if you need to know anything about the town, feel free to ask me
Great.
as you're walking down to the corner. Do you ask him anything immediately?
What's wrong with your
Got it.
fingers?
Oh no, you haven't seen the corner yet. Sorry.
So, what do y'all do? Why is how many people come out here?
To Independence, not too many.
Typical?
Hellbent, I think there are only a couple dozen people there. We don't get too much. We don't even get called out too much. Other than occasional speeding ticket, drunk driving, stuff like that. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's when I saw her body there.
Ain't nobody know anything with such a small town.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not a local there, but I'm sure the locals will be able to tell you more. But I've been to town. I've been to the Gas and Sip a couple times. But I'm pretty new around here.
Hey, likewise. Well, I'm sure we can get together in the evening and have a fun time, all of us. A little camaraderie.
Yeah, I would like that.
Yeah.
Well, he takes you down to the corner where you see Dr. White.
Good strong name.
Yes, nice and white. Yeah, you see Dr. White, and he's like hello, I am Dr. White.
He doesn't sound white.
I am Dr. White. He already has the two bodies out on the examination tables for you, where you see. Did I show you the picture of? This is Clifford Potter. He shows you first.
That's just somebody's grandpa.
Well, yeah, well, he is nobody's grandpa. He has no family.
The perfect victim.
So he shows you this photograph of Clifford Potter from before. You can.
Where's the after?
I didn't prepare that for you. Sorry.
Darn.
But you look at the body. He's not. His face is shredded. You can barely make out that it's the same man. That's why they provide you this photograph. And the body is torn to shreds. There's bruises where you can see skin. Otherwise, it's just lacerations, just shredded skin all over the place. Something like look like they went through a meat grinder or something. So probably, I'd say, has Nino seen dead bodies before, like beat up bodies?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Then it will just be Dr. Ridgemont, who needs to give me a sanity roll. Because when you see this body, you start to puke a little bit inside, and even though it's cold, refrigerated in here, like you can still, the stench of death gets to you, and you start to puke a little bit. You've never seen such a horrible image. Whereas, of course, Merv, being at war, he's seen stuff like this before.
He's caused it.
He's caused it. And I am keeping in mind your backstory. This does not bring anything to mind for Merv. And of course, Dr. Monroe has seen his fair share of horrible things. He has also caused people's bodies to be mangled and disfigured like this. So
I agree with the check. He's probably seen, I would say, more stuff than like me out of character has seen, because he's been overseas and traveled around and less developed countries, but definitely nothing like this.
yeah, I don't think you would have ever seen a dead body, like live. Maybe you've seen pictures or something, but you wouldn't have seen it in front of you.
Okay. Now, yeah. So
open up your sheet. You double click your character, and you see your name at the top, your profession, and on the right you see sand and some dice. Click the dice.
Oh boy, here we go.
Make sure it's nice and public. The dice roll. 80.
It's private.
It's
Oh,
private.
is it private?
Uh,
How
I'm
do
okay.
I not do it
That-
privately?
That's not on you. I think that's just how it is when you roll it from the character sheet.
Oh, okay. We're doing it private then. I will delete that. And I will tell you.
I don't even know what my role is. Does it say on there? It just says question marks when I look at it.
Yeah.
Golden
Okay. So it's like that on purpose then.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Oh, only you see it as a
so
GM.
I'll tell you guys. Do you want Sandy rolls to be public?
I'm happy if they aren't, but I'm
I
just gonna
don't
tell you
care.
now. I can see my sanity if I hover my character.
Yeah, that's fine.
Uh,
Yes, I'm okay with
in my
these.
sheet,
Yeah.
I can't see it.
oh,
Yeah.
but I can't. Oh wait, yeah. Can I see everybody's if I just hover over it?
I can see everyone's, but Levon.
Oh,
Yeah,
cannot.
I don't know why
I cannot
Levon's
see
not.
the
I do
Vons,
not
but I
want
can
you
see
guys to
everyone
be able
else.
to see each other's. Okay. It doesn't really
Yeah.
matter right now, but as we
Because
progress.
presumably if it's private, the reason for that's because we don't know people's. Oh, it's also private to ourselves too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm okay with us playing open. What do you guys think? I think I asked you before, but do you guys want the sanity to be open or private?
I'm happy with the private. I would just like a general idea of where we're at in our sanity so we can roleplay it. But I don't necessarily need to know an exact number.
For
feel like we should
your own sanity?
I feel like we should definitely
Yeah.
know our own. Yeah, I feel like we should for sure know our own.
You can't see Ninos
I can't see mine either.
when you hover?
He's also not in the PCs folder when I open it, but everyone
Oh.
else is.
Oh, well, he is in the folder.
Put me in the folder.
Well, let's fix
And
that
now-
then.
Now it's only Corbin and Merv. Now it's just Merv.
Look at
Now I
that.
can't see anybody's info, other than how far they are. But I still can't see Nino. Any info?
Any info about Nino?
Yeah.
Huh.
Or Agent Diaz.
Agent Diaz. Okay. Do the rest of you? Well, can you all see your own Sandy now?
Yeah. When I
Yep.
hover it, not in the character sheet though. Still.
I
Okay,
can't
so
see
I
anyone
can-
else's, but I can see mine.
I can't
Okay.
see mine at all.
That's interesting.
don't-
I don't know why you can't see yours, because I can see yours.
What the hell?
When I hover you. Yeah, because that's a different module. I don't know where the controls are for that. Why it's not tied to. Because everyone else has changed. So I don't know why yours didn't change. Anyway, I think it's okay if you know your own sanity.
I don't.
Yeah, I saw the question marks for mine as well.
But when you hover yourself,
Oh, I'm assuming that's. Is it the symbol after the ruler?
yes.
Okay.
I think
yeah, I see
we
that.
shouldn't know the definitive number of our sanity, but rather a description of our sanity.
Okay. I'm
So
totally okay
you
with you guys
should-
knowing where you start, but as we progress, you won't know.
Yeah, you should just say like, "Oh, you're really sane," or like, "Your sanity is waning," or like, "You're borderline insane," and then we have to work around those descriptions,
Yeah.
but we
okay.
don't know the exact number,
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I want.
so it's more qualitative.
All right. So, Kevin, you failed the descent and sight of death, and this mangled body just wrecks your brain. You can't handle this. You start shaking. You know, you have a like physical reaction to this. I need you to roll for Sandy damage. How much should you roll? That is a good question.
First time seeing a body.
I feel like I would. I
Roll
feel like I would like seeing our.
What
our
an amateur.
rolls, too.
your own roll, because then you'll know.
Yeah,
I
Your-
mean, we're
your
gonna know. I
sanity.
mean, we're going to know if we're. No, I just mean like.
The Sandy check.
I think it's a little bit more satisfying to know if you're like close to getting it or not, you know?
Okay. Yeah, so you could just roll a 1d100, and I'll tell you whether you failed or not.
Okay.
For this one, I'll tell you. See, but you won't know if you're close or not because you won't know what your sanity is.
Yeah.
Oh, because it's based off your current sanity.
Yeah, it'd be fun to just see what number we roll though.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. I just personally like the suspense of being like, oh, you barely made it or you barely didn't make it. It doesn't really matter though.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
won't
why I was gonna play
metagame
with
the
public
that,
sanity.
but
But
yeah.
Yeah, I personally, yeah, I would say public is what I'm kind of landing on, but I'm down for whatever the group wants to do.
I kind of like not knowing the sanity value. Like, I don't mind seeing the rolls, and then you determine whether it's a pass or fail. At least we can see how well we rolled on the D100, and I
Yeah.
think that's fine for me. But I think I like the qualitative sanity because, like, if we're about to die or go insane or start attacking our allies or lose our character, we won't know till it's happening.
oh, that tells you what his target was. It was an 81.
Oh, it was really good.
Really bad, rather. High is bad.
Oh, you
Oh.
want to roll low?
You
Yeah.
roll under your skill
Oh, to succeed. I see. Okay.
because that's your chance to succeed. So you get anything up to your skill or your sanity. So you rolled 81. He rolled over his sanity. So you know he has less than 81 sanity. He failed. He will roll 1d4, and this one will be private. The damage, sanity damage, will be private. Roll.
And you know, I
1d4.
kind of like that if it's hidden from us and we can see our rolls, then we can kind of figure out what our sanity is. Like, it probably
Not
shouldn't
exactly.
metagame it that way, but not exactly. But we can kind of like, I don't know, that's like a skill-based thing, right? Like, you can kind of figure out like, oh, I'm like not doing too hot if I'm failing a sanity check with a 10.
Yeah. Well, you're really close to going completely insane and losing your character.
Yeah.
So from now on, we'll
Yeah.
just roll a d100 publicly.
Okay.
Don't roll from the sheet, because that'll tell you your sanity target, and I'll tell you whether you pass or fail.
Okay.
But privately, still, we'll do the damage rolls. Privately roll 1d4 sanity damage for me.
Sure. And
Okay.
you know,
I don't know how to
seeing
do anything on Foundry. How do I just? Oh, do I just type it in? Is that what it
top
is?
Slash-
bottom right, there's little dice.
Yeah, the little
Oh,
dice.
public. There's public roll. Okay.
Yeah, so you can just
Oh,
click D4.
I was trying to show you how to do it.
Do I just go like? Oh, but I want it to be a
Something like
private
that.
roll, right?
Just do that basically, but you can change the numbers.
And
But you
then
could
right
just
the
click
dot.
the dice too. Like if you only click 4d4, just click the d4 dice
Right.
4
So
times.
do I want private GM roll? Is that the one?
Public.
No, public roll.
Oh, I lied. Private. This is private. The sanity rolls
Okay.
No,
are
yeah, then you-
public. The damage rolls will be private. This is
Yeah,
first
so
damage.
private GM roll makes it so we can't see it, but you and Keaton can. A blind GM roll means you can't see it and we can't see it.
Oh yeah,
Only Keaton
blind
can.
GM roll. Sorry, blind GM roll.
Yeah, you need to do blind GM roll.
Yeah, my bad. Blind GM 1d4.
Should it be blind as well?
You don't
We
see
got-
it.
Well,
Then you'll know your
we're-
sanity.
No, we won't know our standings. We don't know what our starting point is. I mean, I
You
guess
do-
I do because
you do
I
know
already
that-
saw it.
You all
but-
know your starting point because you know it from character creation.
Okay.
And you saw it.
Yeah. D4. Yes.
Yep.
Should I roll it
Go.
a bunch of times? I don't.
You haven't rolled it
Oh,
yet. There you go.
Okay. I have to. I'm new to Foundry, so I have to like. Okay, I see how you do it. Oh, did it again. Sorry, just the first one.
So you
Okay.
lose a little bit of sanity.
Okay.
Between 1 and 4 sanity, just the sight of this, this horrific image of not Corbin, Clifford Potter's mangled body, just really gets you. You start to feel ill.
Hey man, if
Um,
you're not feeling good, you can step out of the room. I remember my first time.
Yeah, I tell him we don't need you for this one. We'll need you at the scene of the crime. Your skills will be very useful there. Leave this one to me.
It's okay, you can wait outside. It doesn't make you weak.
No, it's
I'm here for you.
It's not a matter of that. It's no, it's fine. I have to get used to it sooner or later. Kind of gagging as he says it.
Wow, that guy's really dead.
Yeah. So can I use what limited medical knowledge I have to kind of investigate the corpse, see for
It's limited medical knowledge. You have 0 medical knowledge.
Can I use my medical knowledge?
I was
I
gonna.
have, like-
You have first aid. You do not have medicine.
No! I rolled sanity by accident. My bad.
You have so Malik. You have
like I have biochemistry though. Can I like use that to see if I can tell if
there's
this was
anything.
like there's something weird chemically,
Yes.
like some imbalance, some this was not just like he wasn't just mauled to death, like there was some because
Something
I've
chemical
dealt with
going
the
on. Yeah, you could
supernatural
see.
before. Like can I like test for some supernatural residue type stuff, like some
If you're testing for
monster
supernatural,
chemicals?
I'm gonna make you roll occult.
On a chemical level though. Okay, the check is the same. The check is the same, but I'm just trying to check for like whatever, it doesn't matter. They have the same stat. I mean, technically, so it doesn't roll wise it doesn't matter. I'm just saying role playing wise, I'm trying to like it's like a biochemical check to see if there's something strange in his blood or in the wounds or whatever.
Okay, so not supernatural, something chemical. That is
Yes.
chemistry. Yeah, give me. Yeah, I mean, so again, if it's easy enough, I won't even make you roll. But this is examining a body, and his body's fucked up, so you're gonna have to roll for this one. Like it's hard to. You're gonna have to examine it closely. That roll. So that is a failure.
Yeah.
You can't really tell just from here. If you want to examine it further, you're gonna have to take some time to deal with it. Just upon looking at it and like a quick inspection, like looking closely, like you can't tell. You could maybe ask
Yeah, I want to
Dr.
ask
White.
the mortician.
Corner.
What's the coroner? What's the autopsy result? Like what's the cause of death here? What's the cause of death? What's the was there anything strange in the wound? Like any discoloration? Any it's anything that looked out of the ordinary? His blood in that area, different color. Something strange. Anything that can give us a hint.
I think I know the problem. He's not breathing.
Mr. What was it? What was his code name again? Turlock?
Me?
Yeah, can you escort him outside? Go see if God, what's the other
Hamilton.
Hamilton's okay.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Come on, Diaz. You should go do some medical checks on this buddy.
Maybe
He was
take
about to
him.
be ill seeing that body after all.
I think we drove by a playground on our way here. Maybe he would enjoy that.
Oh no, I don't
Nope.
like being around kids. They scare me. What if they hit my shins or knees or something? They're at the perfect level. Also, I'm very large. I don't want to step on them.
And I'm staring at him while he's saying this, like I'm looking at him, and I'm having these flashes of him like screaming and melting. Like acid pumping into him, flesh disintegrating.
You okay there, buddy?
And
You look a little-
normally that like scares me and traumatizes me, but for him, for some reason, I smile.
You look a little pale there, buddy. Are you okay?
Yes, I'll take it. I'll take care of this. Yeah, please,
Do you want some
Uh,
water? I brought
please, Mr.
my mini
Turlock,
one with me.
escort him out. We'll handle this.
Come on, Diaz. Get you some
Mm.
sunlight.
All right. Probably
and
good for me.
So yeah, I asked the mortician what I was saying earlier. Coroner, sorry.
What were you asking him?
Yeah, like when the body arrived, like what's the cause of death? When the body arrived, was there anything out of the ordinary he hadn't seen before, like discoloration in the wounds? Something
Well,
strange about the blood.
well, it all seems very unusual. In fact, his body was torn to shreds. But I saw no, no, the sheriff could not come up with any motive for foul play. Um, we thought it was the bobcat. His blood was all over that death machine, but it was covered in his blood. That didn't quite make sense. It was my only explanation at the time. Potter rented it out, of course, so we thought, maybe it went crazy, cut him up, but even that, the wounds do not line up with the edges of the bobcat. It looks like his blood was just sprayed across the bobcat as he was killed. Especially that, I believe that to be more true once we saw poor Miss Meyer a few weeks later. But yeah, he says, like, it's all like physical wounds. There's nothing in his blood or what's left of any of his organs or his brain. Nothing, any damage to any of those. Damage to all his bones and stuff. It's all physical trauma. Chemically, everything seemed fine by what he measured. He says, he mentions you may have more expertise. You may know to look for something more chemically. But my tests, I found nothing of that sort. And I see no reason why we need to test any further. His cause of death was clearly, this physical trauma.
I mean, torn to shreds, something like that. Could be like an animal attack, but that's why I was asking if you had seen any, traces of like, saliva or discoloration or fang marks, anything of the sort.
His body is too disfigured, Yeah,
What about the other victim?
that same story, and he goes and he pulls out that table and he flips up the cloth and reveals her body. Her body looks even less like a human at this point. There's just basically chunks of meat and sheets of skin laid on top of it, but it's really, really barely held together.
Are there any organs in particular missing? Is everything accounted for?
Well, most of her body's missing. In fact, I had to identify her by her teeth. We only knew because she was missing, and of course I ran her teeth, but there's nothing here. She's torn to shreds. And with your forensic skill, all of your forensic skill to investigate, like just at base, without without using medicine or biochemistry or anything else, you don't need to roll. But you can, and you failed. But you don't need to
I
roll.
was just testing that you could test, if you click the skill check, you can actually roll it, and it'll
Publicly.
tell you failure and roll the dice automatically.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. So you can do the skill checks, and yeah, with your base, all of your forensic skills, Monroe's is pretty high at 60. You don't find anything new. Dr. White did a pretty good job, but like there's only so much you could do, and Dr. White says, any coroner can tell you some deaths they're just weird, unexplainable. And the deputy is still there, and he says, yeah, I found her out in the desert about 2 weeks later. There's buzzards circling her body. They probably took a few pieces out of her too. That's why there's very little of her left. Most of her skeleton is missing, in fact. Looks like. And he trails off, and Dr. White picks up. He says, "Yes, it looks like part of her skeleton, the bones were sheared. They were cut by something. This is why the sheriff's bringing in you all from the FBI." Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. The
Can I take some samples of them?
samples,
Yeah, of their flesh.
like just like chunks of meat.
Yeah, I just want to take like a slab, like some of their flesh, some of the something somewhere near where the bone was sheared, maybe. You know,
Both
flesh in that
bodies.
area. Yeah, and I'm just gonna like just look for some chemical reactions. I'm just gonna test some chemicals on it and see if there's anything out of the ordinary, as I would know very well, you know, reactions expected for certain chemicals and you know, regular human flesh, as I've tested it many times before. So I just want to see if there's any unexpected reactions here.
Okay. Does are you the only one in the room now? Did Merv
Yes.
step out with the rest of them? Okay.
Mhm.
Then Dr. White looks over to Deputy Androsi, and he's going back and forth. I'm not sure that is the way we do things. You can't just take their bodies.
Well, there's not much of them left here, is there? I'm just trying to verify. You know, I have some expertise in you know, the reactions of certain animals and you know, flesh, their saliva and stuff
Animals.
can make some reactions.
I assure you, there is no animal that could have done this. Not out here.
Well, I've seen some very intense animal attacks. You'd be surprised. Let me just test quickly against these chemicals to make sure that it's not you know, some wild creature we're dealing with.
Okay, so explain to me exactly how you're like doing droplets of chemicals.
Yeah,
and
little droplets onto certain strips of flesh that I'm cutting off and seeing if they,
strips of flesh.
you know, if there's something in their
Beef
blood or
jerky.
something.
Okay.
If there's something in their blood or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah. So you test a couple compounds against their flesh and their blood. And Lucille Myers comes up with nothing. Her body doesn't come up with anything. But Clifford Potter's body, when you run your tests, most of them come up with nothing. We have one in particular that reacts with radioactive compounds, and it reacts. His flesh is radioactive. He has radioactive poisoning in his flesh.
I quickly put away my things and I tell the doctor to step away. His body, his flesh is radioactive.
So
Is
since this is
the
still
area?
session 0, I would like to caution you. Do you want to tell him that?
Oh,
You could just say it's
Okay.
infected.
Yeah. I
clear
put
of
away
it.
my things and I step away from the body upon seeing that reaction. And I ask him, the area around the plant, where he was found, what can you tell me about it?
Dr. White, he just shrugs and he's like, I don't know. He looks over to Androsi and he says, well, there's that accident a couple decades ago. I don't really know. No one really investigators. An explosion. Why?
Do people live around there? Or is it common for people to visit that site?
It was just Cliff. He was the only one that ever bothered to look at it. No one's been down there since the explosion. Really, every once in a while, teenagers will go running around, spray
Do you
painting
know?
things, but it's pretty much just Cliff.
Do you know if you guys have like a public records office or something with more details on the explosion incident? You know, investigative report done on the explosion and what and the impact it had on the land around it and
So
stuff like that.
here in Jersey, will get a little bit defensive. He's like, I'm not sure what you're getting at here. What do you need anything like that for?
I just want to make sure, you know, the area is safe before we investigate the scene of the crime and make sure that, you know, there wasn't any, you know, if he was digging up things, maybe he dug up you know, explosive of some sort or, you know, I don't know what kind of things they worked on there. I just was hoping to get more details to make sure that it was safe to head over there.
Yeah, I can pull some newspapers for you, but really, that was a long time ago. I don't know that you're gonna get any information. Maybe some of the older folks in town can tell you more.
Very well. Thank you. And do you know what will be done with these bodies?
Well, we're gonna. Not sure there will be a funeral for Cliff here. He doesn't really have. He has a couple friends in town. You know, Jarvis found him, and they would talk at the gas and sip. But Lucille Mayer, she'll probably have a funeral, although I'm not sure we're gonna be able to give them the body. Yeah,
Well,
we'll
that
probably just dispose of them.
well, that Cliff one there, he seems to have some sort of infection in his flesh of some sort, maybe due to having been dead
An
for so long.
infection.
I would burn the
I
body as
assure you,
quickly
my
as
body
possible.
is. My lab is very clean. He did not get infected here. What are you trying to accuse me of, huh?
There's something wrong in the chemicals of his body. I would cremate that one as soon as possible. But, you know, you're the expert. Do as
Is
you
that the
will.
proper procedure to burn a body that has radioactive? You want to give heat to the radioactive compounds?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know as much physics or chemistry as you guys, but I don't know. If
Area
that's
in the desert.
Yeah, or bury him quickly, whatever.
Okay.
Okay. I with that information, I head out and um I have it in the back of my mind that if we go to the site of his death as we're inching forward, I need to, you know, constantly be testing the dirt around us, the ground around us, to make sure that we're not being exposed to radiation of some sort.
Okay. Um. Okay, so you head out. Yeah, if you talk to them more, you really can't learn any more information about from their bodies. The radioactive thing, that's obviously pretty big to you, but yeah, their bodies are torn to shreds. It does not look, even to your expertise, it does not look like any animal could have killed this thing. Although you know about Delta Green, so maybe there's something spooky going on. But like, this wasn't like a cougar attack or like hyena out in Death Valley.
Coyote.
Coyote, that's what I was looking for. There wasn't like a coyote or anything that killed them. It was
Vicious ass fucking coyote.
what's that roll for?
I'm just testing if we could see it.
The coyotes?
No, if I could see the sanity roll, if I clicked it.
You cannot, correct?
I cannot see it, yeah. I just was verifying.
You succeeded, by the way.
I don't know what I succeeded, but thanks.
You rolled a 38.
Nice.
Succeeded. Your sanity is above 38. Congrats.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so you can talk to them more, but you don't really gain any more information about the bodies, at least. You can talk to Androzy later about other things, but he was just here to show you to Dr. White, and then he leaves before you do, probably.
Okay.
But then yeah, you walk out.
Once I get in the car with them all, I tell them what I discovered. At the Potter one, the other one, her flesh seemed normal. She was found, she didn't frequent the site of the explosion. But the one who frequented the explosion site and dug in that ground, his body was
Cliff.
was radioactive. If we are going to visit the scene of his death, I must be testing the soil as we progress forward to make sure we're not exposing ourselves to radiation. We should find out more details about that explosion before heading to the site. We should see if there's any investigation done on its effect on the earth around it, or what kind of chemicals were involved in the explosion.
We should probably figure out exactly what they're making in that factory there when they're DoD contracting, I'd say.
Would that still be possible that 80 years after the fact the ground's still that radioactive that it would show up in this guy's body? Or is this perhaps evidence that they've been doing something more recent over there?
So Delane, with your chemistry knowledge, you would your insane chemistry knowledge, you know that whatever happened there, like based on your description, you saw the case. It was not a nuclear explosion. And even if there's any nuclear compounds there, surely it would have been buried and they'd be inert by now. So the fact that you saw some radiation on his body is very strange. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally missed a very important thing. Can you make a sanity roll for me when you saw that his body had radiation in it? That would freak you the fuck out. You did?
Remember, he made a sanity roll.
He made it.
Way ahead of you, buddy.
Yeah, you
And
succeeded.
you said I succeeded. Thank you.
You succeeded. Okay.
Do it again so you fail.
Yeah, you got 38.
Try again next time, GM.
Yeah, but just
Yeah, better luck next time.
just for the story, you weren't randomly clicking that. That was Sandy Row.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
that was a missed opportunity. I'm new to Delta Green, but yeah, that would have.
I'm not. I was way ahead of you, buddy. I was I was already on it.
That would have potentially freaked you out when you saw that. But you kept your cool. Okay. Yeah. So you're talking about the body. What do you guys do next? It is now 5:30 in the afternoon, and we'll wrap it up here in
12:45 actually. Thank you very much.
10 minutes. Well, it's 5:45 on May 12th, 2015. And what do you guys do? You will need to find a place to rest for the night. Do you go to Hellbend and try to talk to people there? It's the evening, or do you it'll be 2 hours to get to Hellbent, and then if you do anything there, it'll be another 2 hours to Furnace Creek or Furnace Creek Ranch or whatever, where the motel is. Again, you don't have to stay in the motel, but that's the only place where you can get lodging, unless you make quick friends with someone in town.
I dig a hole and then I sleep in it.
Okay.
Let's sleep in the back of, I don't know. What are we in the Suburban?
Suburban, yeah. So, where do you guys head? Hellbent, or do you call the night?
I think we can go out, or I mean, personally,
We're gonna
Yeah,
be
I've-
running late if we go back. I think it's time we get dinner and call it a day.
I reckon if we go up to Hellbent at this time, by the time we got back to our lodging, it would be at minimum 10, 11, probably later. I think it's our best interest to get started on a fresh day and in the morning and start talking to the townsfolks.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Plus, I'm very tired from being awoken from my slumber so suddenly.
You've been awake for a
So
whole
early in
5
the day.
hours.
I know.
Okay. So you guys can head to Furnace Creek Ranch, about 2 hours away. You get to this really shady, shitty motel. Like, the no vacancy sign is just completely broken, doesn't light up at all. It's this 1-floor motel. There's in fact only 4 rooms. Do you guys pay for separate rooms? They're all they're all open. No one fucking comes here. They're all open. Do you get separate rooms? Do you share rooms? One big room, or
Separate
it's
room.
it's not a big room, but share one bed.
I'm gonna get my own separate room.
Okay.
Yeah, I get my own
Same.
He should probably not get his own room actually. He'll have to share with Delane, I think.
No, he creeps me out.
That's why you have to share with him.
No.
Okay. So you guys go up to the desk and just normal interaction with the motel guy. He's surprised that there's anyone coming here, but he's delighted that they'll make some money.
We'll find out the
Um,
whole freaking place.
I know. And he's like, well, how long will you all be staying?
Couple days, I don't know.
Hard to say at this point.
Okay, yeah, you can pay day to day. And how many days should I get you for first?
What day is it right now of the week?
May 12th, 2015. Well, let me figure that out for you. May 12th, 2015 was a Tuesday, so I'll say it's actually May 11th, 2015,
I
Monday.
just traveled through time.
Oh my god.
Whoa! Roll
We're
Sandy.
dealing with time travelers.
No.
Roll Sandy. Just kidding.
We
This-
arrived like a whole day before we left.
No, it is Monday, May 11th, 2015.
Hmm.
5 days, I guess, till we'll reassess on Friday.
Okay. All right. 4 rooms, 5 nights. Here you go. Each. And they hand you some keys. And they are keys. It's not a card. It's not the high tech. You get a
Appreciate
little
it.
key.
Dang.
Trustworthy
School.
location.
Yeah. And it's like $15 a night.
They ain't got no computers, electronics that are gonna get hacked by them Russians, you know?
Exactly. So it's pretty cheap. You open the door and you see shadows skitter out to the corners of the room.
The hedgehog?
Yeah, the hedgehog. No, you just see little black dots all over the room start to skitter away as you open the door and reveal light into the room.
Home sweet home.
Yeah.
Nothing like it.
So if you guys go and you set your bags down in your respective rooms, it is now 7:40. You're hungry. You haven't. I don't know if you got lunch at a 7-Eleven on the way here. Got some nice sushi.
I'm hungry.
Nice sushi in the Death Valley 7-Eleven.
Just for the next 2 hours in the restroom.
Yeah. On your way here, but even if you had, since you missed lunch because of the FBI guys were slow, you got a snack on the way there, maybe some trail mix, maybe some chips at the convenience store.
Yeah,
But
those
you all,
FBI guys, no respect for our time.
yeah, damn FBI making you stay so late. So you guys are hungry. You're probably gonna need dinner. You unpack your bags, lay them down, or whatever. But it's 7:40. What do you guys do? Does anyone call the night and just go to sleep, or you guys talk to each other? What's going on?
Yeah,
I
we
just
should
knock out.
we should probably get some information from Delane. He hasn't really disclosed too much to us other than the radiation thing.
Okay, so you go.
Oh, you just mean like his background and stuff?
Well, he was the one conducting the investigation, so we want to know everything he found.
Oh, okay.
Like
Okay.
what he thinks might happen, and then we can just kind of figure out what our theories might be here.
Okay, so
I'm
Merv,
unconscious. I'm asleep already.
at
That's
least will
fine.
go talk to Delane. Do you go check in on Corbin, see if he wants to discuss things? Or what is Corbin doing? Sorry.
I think he plans on staying with the group. He wants to try to get to know the people he's with.
So you guys meet up in Delane's room?
Yeah.
Delane is when they're here. Delane is investigating, like he's at his desk, like at the desk in the motel, just like with his laptop, investigating, sources of radiation. Like how could radiation be so deeply, like rooted into someone's flesh like that?
Yeah, yeah. Because while Dr. White probably wasn't checking for it, um, like if it was like to you, it was like super obvious as soon as you did it. Like it was a strong reaction. So like his body was so heavily radiated that Dr. White probably would have been able to see it even if he wasn't really testing for it. Um, so like
Sus.
right, sorry, let me rephrase that. Um, like if he spent enough time like on the body, he would have felt the effects of the radiation, like it was that strong. It wouldn't
Yeah.
show up on the test, but like it was deep within the flesh. So if he's getting in there, pulling out the flesh and stuff, and pulling out the organs and things, like he would have felt the effects of it. It would not have, sorry, it would not have showed up on any of his tests though. Um, that makes sense to you, but you feel like maybe he actually hasn't spent that much time like breathing in around the body, or maybe he does keep his lab super clean, like he said, so that like he
Yeah.
sanitizes and he washes down pretty well in between
I-
stuff.
I'm looking at the possible sources and effects of this kind of level of radiation because I'm making note that maybe we should also, while we're talking to the townspeople, note whether, he had obvious health issues, like he was in and out of hospitals regularly, or if they had noticed anything strange, because with that level of radiation, if he frequented that site so often, and that's the reason why he has the radiation, then, or if he dug up something, the very radioactive, um, he'd have very obvious health concerns. With that deep of radiation, like he'd have cancer. So,
Yeah.
like it'd be really obvious if he was, sick with the radiation before, if the radiation was by whatever killed him.
Okay.
Obviously Delane is aware of the supernatural events, and while he's looking into like chemical sources and obvious, well-known sources of radiation, he's trying to think of how, some radioactive supernatural beings, like, I don't know, I think ghosts.
Radioactive beings. Um, yes, I'll say you probably haven't seen any Delta Green stuff with radiation specifically before, so nothing there rings any alarms to you. But yeah, so you're gonna have to do some research to figure out what's going on here. Immediate results, you don't find anything that seems plausible. But you can keep doing research, and maybe you'll get a clue as you investigate more that'll tie it out. But right now, you're just kind of googling around, and maybe you're collecting some research, some papers, trying to review it all, but you don't
Yeah, I
to
mean,
any
with a,
immediate conclusions. But you're gathering some thoughts.
I mean, as a research person myself, I'm familiar with like, in-depth research and looking up research articles and
Yeah.
getting information. So that's what he's spending his time on. All his free time is working on following the one clue, the radiation clue that they have right now.
Okay.
So he's trying
Uh,
to figure out like, what could this be? He's even like searching like, stupid like occult websites like, oh, like like signs of radiation, like, if you use a radiation detector, you can find ghosts or whatever, like stupid stuff like that. He's just trying to find any like stupid rumors or clues because he knows that some of these rumors are actually founded in truth.
Right.
And they're covered up and stuff, but uh yeah,
Okay.
he's trying to even stupid things like that he's looking into.
Okay. Uh, yeah, you're sort of just gathering all this, but yeah, your information doesn't. You don't get anything immediately that's like, oh, this is a good lead. But you're gathering some evidence, and I'll keep aware of that.
Okay.
But yeah, then you get a knock on the door.
I am very hesitant and cautious to open it. I try and peek through the hole. Do I see who it is?
You see Merv.
I crack the door open. What is it?
Sorry. I just, wanted to check, make sure you're all right. Maybe get a little discussion going on what we're thinking.
I haven't found anything new. I'm trying to look into what could have caused such intense and deep radiation.
Okay, okay.
I am one of the world's foremost experts on chemistry, and I can tell you that radiation of that level, he would have had cancer. Well, you know, it would have been very obvious that he was sick. And if there was that level of radiation at that plant, the whole town would be sick. Something that I suspect that whatever killed him is quite radioactive.
That's pretty dire, yeah. Well, you think we should maybe call out a team if it's that high of a radiation dose? I don't know if this is really something we should be handling. Sounds like a whole
Uh,
contagion needs to go on here.
I highly doubt it's the explosion. The lab. I mean, at this point in time, after 80 years, the radiation would be gone by now.
Oh,
And they
okay.
weren't, as far as I'm aware from the, you know, the what I've looked into in this town, that nothing radioactive was being held. There's no nuclear uh, facilities at this laboratory. But
What
it
about
sounds to me like he unearthed something radioactive. It's strange though. I don't know why.
it
I
wouldn't
don't
have
know.
come from the factory, but he unearthed it there.
I don't know why I don't know why the second victim had no signs of radiation.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, that
Maybe
is quite
maybe
interesting.
after traveling some distance, the radioaction dissipated from the whatever it was, and before it took its second victim.
So at this point, I'll say Corbin. Well, he gets talking. He steps on over because you guys can all hear each other. In
Yeah,
fact, Nino is having trouble sleeping because of all this discussion going on. These walls might as well not exist.
I'm whispering.
yeah. Still.
It might as well not exist. Um, these walls are very thin, so as you guys start to realize this, you know you do have to whisper, and you know that like if there's anyone walking around now, this is a pretty remote location. There's not a lot of people that are gonna be walking by, but if like the motel manager, the kid there is walking by, you wanna hush up. But yeah, Nino, Corbin comes walking over, and then Nino, you're like you can overhear them talking.
Mhm.
You might not be able to make it out, but you know like they're talking and stuff, and they're keeping you up. Because your bed is like right next to, you know, this room here.
Mhm. Mhm.
So Corbin walks in.
Um, yeah, so he steps in and kind of shifts the topic a little bit. Delay, most importantly, what I need to know, what I think we all should be wary of, in your professional opinion, is it going to be safe for us to venture on site close to the ruins of this factory? Do we perhaps need some sort of, oh, I don't know, some sort of tests or devices to be able to test for radiation? That is something that we should acquire before we head into town, if it is.
A Geiger counter will definitely help us.
Do you suspect that the radiation is localized? Are you able to make any sort of best guess? Or is that going to be limited until we actually get to the destination?
Such predictions will be limited until we arrive there. With no Geiger counter, I can try and test the dirt as we progress to make sure that there's, you know, but I can't do anything about it. If it's in the air around us, if it's coming from any objects, I won't have enough chemicals to test every little detail. A Geiger,
You're gonna test radioactive material by like pouring chemicals on it. Like, oh, maybe this will react.
yeah, I'm like, I can't really, it's not really feasible for me to do that. Like, I could easily test the dirt, right? Because, like, I can just see how the dirt
Yeah.
reacts to certain chemicals and see if it's radioactive, but I can't just, like, test every metal, every, you know, every broken machine, every part of the explosion. So a
So
Geiger counter would be very, helpful. I would definitely, so I tell him, like, I'd be afraid to, walk on site without a Geiger counter to make sure we're protected from radiation.
This is going to be a fun one to spin for the boys at the FBI then.
Yeah, and you guys know, and this is why I want you. If you drop the word radioactive at any point, you will get a lot of attention. You know, you need to keep that fact tight shut. Like, no one outside of the four of you should know about that. Maybe, of course, Makamura, Travain, you can report to them about it if you want, but no one else. Just Delta Green.
Yeah, we should go to the Delta Green people tomorrow and see if they can, acquire us a Geiger counter.
We can give it our best attempt, but they made it painfully clear that they have very little intent to help us. Merv. Oh, I guess we should be using our names, huh?
Yeah.
Turlock.
Turlock. Do you have it in your ability to be able to acquire us a Geiger counter?
Well, I can reach out to my contact who put me onto this job. He probably wouldn't ask questions about it. He said I can ask him for anything, he'll get it.
Do that then, please. I think it'll be a necessity for us as we move forward with this. And of course, the discretion is critical.
I'll get in touch with him as soon as I can then.
All right. So you guys discuss the case and you figure out your plans more, but do you guys get dinner anywhere? You guys are probably very hungry.
I mean, I was assuming, based off what Merv said on the way over, that we stopped at like a diner or something and grabbed dinner.
Oh, on the way to the motel?
Yeah, that's what he said, right? So.
For the sake of the scene, I think we should just go, and if we want to do dinner, we should go and do it now.
I ate the bugs off the wall. I'm chilling.
You could have already had dinner. I don't know.
I want to have a dinner scene.
You can have another dinner scene. I don't know.
We had microwaved ramen while we discussed.
Microwaved ramen.
There we go. Dinner scene secure, finished.
So it's a lot of whispering followed by like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is no microwaves in your motel rooms.
Oh, we
Then
use
it's a lot
the
of
kettle.
crunching.
I actually just
water.
had the ramen with no, like, I just opened
Just
up the
dry
cup
noodles.
ramen and just, like, ate it.
Corbin gestures over to Turlock, or to Merv. Turlock, are you famished or is it just me? It's been all day without a lick of anything to eat. I could sure go for a bite right about now if you care to join.
Well, if you're inviting me, sure, I'll head out.
Azias, I know you're working, but do you care to join us?
Well, I guess I do have to eat at some point.
All right, then. Well, I'll be frank, I don't care much for the other one, but do you guys know, is he asleep? Is he awake? We should include him.
Nino, you can hear him say that.
I'd very loudly snore to imply that I'm asleep.
Okay.
However, I'm clearly not asleep, and it's very bad snoring. It's like, shoo, me.
Well, I think he's made his desires clear.
Guess we're not gonna get pizza with him.
But bring me back some food.
Okay. So just the three of you go and you head out to get some food. You load up in the Suburban. Who's driving?
Uh-oh.
It feels like a Merv thing.
I
my
can
guess.
drive.
I mean, you wouldn't volunteer to drive?
I wouldn't.
mean, I'd volunteer to drive, but
Was your
I can
license
drive.
revoked or something?
No, I can drive. I'll drive. It's fine. We'll be good.
Is there
Okay.
any reason why you have a hesitation?
No, no reason.
Alright, then get on with it.
Okay. Uh, let's see.
Uh oh.
We haven't had music in a long time.
Uh
This is not- this is-
oh.
The second he gets behind the wheel.
Shouldn't have let me
Oh, no.
drive.
okay, big lesson learned. Never go for dinner.
All right.
Why do you
Time to
think I
drive, huh?
stayed?
We make great decisions, guys. Oh,
You
you
guys.
could have warned us. You could have
You
warned us.
you load up into the car.
Should have just called the scene.
And Murph starts driving
Oh.
away into the night. Now this is the desert in May.
It's cold.
11.
It's cold, and let's say oh whoops, not that many. By now it's like 10:58. It is dark. It is cold. You know, you turn your lights on and there's nothing around. It is pitch black. It is just your Suburban as you're driving down to get some food. The restaurant at the resort. This is the resort, Furnace Creek Ranch, by the way, where you're staying. There's nothing around. Merv, you're
Yeah.
driving down the road. You
Mhm.
figure, you know, there's a convenience store that they sell sandwiches. That's about the only place you know that they have food around here. Except, even though it wasn't in their port, you didn't see it around town. You drive to the convenience store. You haven't heard about this. You didn't see it. You don't. None of you remember seeing it on the way in. But across from the convenience store, it's a nice, very well lit, classic 1950s silver diner.
Fuck yeah. That's exactly my type of place.
That looks pretty good. I don't remember seeing that coming in.
And again, it is very brightly lit, like full, like glittery, like everything else around here is a piece of shit. Like you
Can
had
I-
so many roaches in your motel room. This place is like perfectly clean, pristine. There's lights on, fresh paints, and everything.
Can I recall knowledge to see if I had noticed this before when we had driven in here or when we had driven out? Like we've been
You
past
did
this
not
location
see
many
this.
times.
You've probably only been by once or twice.
Can I use my navigation skills to kind of plan out a route, remember what was along the way?
Give me a navigation roll.
Uh-oh.
Is this your dumpster? Did we just find your dumpster?
He has a 50.
Yeah, I have a 50.
Oh,
It's pretty
no.
good skill, actually.
Yeah, so as you're driving up to this place, you're scanning there, trying to figure out what are you saying, like an escape plan? How to drive out of here?
Oh,
Wait,
I
wait,
wanted
wait.
to just like think
Wait,
about like
wait, we're already driving into
remember
this
this.
place?
You see it up in the distance. You're driving up to it.
driving towards it. Yeah, gonna drive by it.
Yeah,
what
but
is
I'm
this
saying like,
roll for?
I wanted to like recall if I remembered seeing it on the drive-in.
No, you did not see it. You have
Okay,
never
I-
seen
can
this
I-
place before.
Oh,
so I don't recall ever having seen it driving by either. Like I never
Well,
noticed this
but-
I
location,
feel,
this
I
diner.
feel like we should know if we saw it or not.
You haven't seen it. Now,
Yeah, so-
Merv, you're trying to figure out how to get there, how to pull in, whatever you're doing this navigation.
Can I look it up on Yelp?
You can try.
All right, I try and look it up on Yelp or Google Maps. Do
Yeah.
I see a diner on there
No,
at this location?
no, doesn't
it's
come
a
up.
small
Why
town,
do you
not many
find the need to
people are
look it up?
around.
This place clearly wasn't here when we came by initially.
Unless
Alright,
they just
well-
opened it up, probably real good.
I highly
Just
recommend
opened it up.
we.
There was
Now,
no
there-
foundation here.
There is
I
no
would
driveway to this
definitely-
place either. It is offset. Oh shit! Sorry. It's offset from the road about like
We're in a
150
desert town, you know. This ain't unusual.
60 feet of like dirt you gotta drive over to pull up into. They got a couple parking spaces out front.
Well, here on Google Maps and Yelp says there's a pretty decent diner down the way. We should go to that one instead.
This
It's-
one's
it's
so
closed.
nearby, and it's already
It's closed?
11 at
Place your
night.
ad
This
is
one's
closed. It's
open.
11 o'clock. This one is open. The one in town at the resort is closed. It's 11 o'clock. This one is open. There's lights on.
Come on, son. You can't say you're not the least bit interested in what this is, aren't you?
They either got good food or good answers.
They've got something.
Neither of you have ever been on a Delta Green mission before.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Well, if you ever live to see another one, you'd know not to walk into any of these strange pop-ups.
So that's your expert opinion as a veteran Delta Green agent to steer clear of the place, leave it as it be, and continue on our merry way, ask no questions, seek no
Well-
investigation.
I am still alive.
A coward's life isn't a life I care to live.
Yeah, I like you.
Well, I will.
Damn
I
straight
will.
up.
I will watch you guys enter. I'll be the. You can. I'll be the outside.
You just
I
gonna
can-
stand out in the cold, no car, no heater, no nothing.
I'll stay in the car and I will watch you guys enter and see if anything strange goes wrong. I'll call for help.
All right, well,
Okay.
I'm strapped. I'm good for it.
So
Ain't nothing gonna go wrong.
by now, Nino is fast asleep. He was hungry, but he's asleep. And he is having a vision. He's having a dream here. And
Oh no.
he sees your body there. You're floating above a car driving along the highway late at night. And you hear the voices of Delane, Corbin, and Merv. And you heard that entire conversation.
Oh God. We left him alone. That's against the rules.
Am I dead?
You're hearing that. I just want you to know you're dreaming this as it plays out.
Okay.
It's gonna be the fastest TPK in the history of
Delta Green. So, Merv, you're driving up to this place and you pull off the road. You're
Mhm.
going around the desert. Got about 50 feet of dirt here to go, and it's bumpy. This is not an off-road vehicle, so it's going over all this desert dirt and rocks and stuff. And so a rock comes flying up, hitting the windshield, and it sounds this damage to the car. Sounds like a gunshot.
No. No. Get down, boys. I'll take care of this. Everyone keep your head down. I grabbed my AR-15 out the back seat.
You,
Ooh,
you
you're-
whip it out while you're driving?
Yeah. Hold the wheel for me.
Alright, got it.
I roll down the window and I start looking forward.
I like you, Turlock. You're a man that comes prepared.
So as you roll the window down, you're aiming out.
I
and you-
I say before I want you. It's just rocks. It's just rocks.
Just, this is how you're gonna die, buddy. We're in a war field right now. Keep your head down, Private.
So the rock shattered frayed the window, so you can't see out of it. But Merv, as you stick your head out, and you see the diner is gone. Now
God
that you can't see it,
dang nabbing. The terrorists got him. They
Got
blew him.
away.
They blew him up. Boys, we're in trouble here. We need to call backup right now.
He got away.
Get on the radio, please. Call for air support.
I say, wait, are we where the diner was supposed to be?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do they
just
still see it, or
leave
and
the
I
car
just
here,
They,
don't?
let
they
me-
haven't seen it yet. They just hear you say the terrorist got him. They haven't seen it. They don't know
Have we
that it's
ever
gone.
seen the diner?
You
Are we
saw
the
the
only
diner.
ones?
No, you saw the diner.
Do
But
they
the
Do we
glass
still
is
see the
shattered. You
diner?
can't see out of the window, and you
Oh.
know
Oh, we
the
can't
car
see out
lights.
the front. Can
Yeah,
you
you
look
can't.
outside?
He's in the driver's seat. He rolled the window down. And he looked outside, and he saw the diner's not there.
Got it.
Okay. I say what's wrong? Is what do you mean the terrorist got him?
What
We're
are you
going
talking?
reverse, bud. We're
What are you
driving out of
talking
here.
about?
We're
wait,
getting out.
wait.
They're
Is-
after us.
Keep the lights.
Who's
Keep the lights.
after
We
on.
might be surrounded. No, lights are going off. We're going dark.
Let me. I peek out the window. Do I see it? That it's
You-
gone.
Yeah, you do not see the diner anymore.
Stop here. Leave the car lights on. Let me check if there's any radiation.
We're
on the
going
site.
dark, Bravo. There's ain't no way we're keeping lights on with terrorists in our peripherals.
Let me
Now-
check
Why does
for. Let me
everybody
check for
lose their
radiation.
minds around
We've
me?
already taken fire, boys. I don't know why you're so calm right now.
Now, Nino,
It was just rocks.
hold on. Nino, you guys are discussing this. Nino, you're hearing all this. Your body is floating overhead, so you're not aware that this is actually happening. Of course, you think this is just a crazy dream, or well, you're probably not aware that this is a dream. I don't know if Nino lucid dreams, but you're seeing all this. You hear them say that the diner is gone. You still see the diner.
Hmm.
And in fact, you see things moving within the diner, shadowy figures moving them from the diner. Again, you're seeing this overhead, and you see, shadows move back and forth like a door opening, and you see something start to walk out of the diner towards the car.
Huh.
And you
Too bad I'm not there.
and you
Is the-
you wake up in a cold sweat, and give me a sanity roll.
Aw.
And just roll one D100 public, please.
1D100 public.
Yes.
Is the
Not a sanity roll.
is the car parked right now? Like, are we not moving?
I don't know.
Like,
No,
is the-
we're in
the-
reverse.
90, huh? That is definitely over whatever Sandy you had. You failed.
No.
Can
I only get high rolls when it's bad.
So hold on, Malik. So to roll the 90, you're overcome. You feel like you know that what you just saw was real. You know that that's happening, and you know your new friends are in danger. Something is walking out towards them. Something that they can't see. Roll a blind GM roll. So switch that over from public to blind, and roll 1d6. Sanity for me.
1D6.
Yeah.
Ooh, D6.
His mental health is not going well.
6
Okay.
mental damage?
Four,
Critical
five.
damage.
What is this math here? Okay.
What's -6 is?
No, I was trying to figure out what his new sandy is. Sorry. Okay. So you know that was real. You just have a feeling like what you just saw, like they're in trouble, and I don't know what's your feeling, but like you just feel this urgency come over you, and you start to panic. You feel like what if something's watching them that they can see? What if something is watching you right now? So that puts you into a panic there. You've overcome with anxiety, you have a panic attack, and
Yeah.
you can't move. You're stuck there, frozen in bed. Even though you know they're in trouble. Now, the rest of you, what do you do? You're stopped here. Your car is. Do you turn the lights off?
Lights are off. I'm in reverse. I'm trying to gun out.
Yeah, you're trying to gun out, but freaking Delane over here was trying to get out, right?
No, I'm trying to come up with some chemical concoction to sedate or calm
He's just
the driver.
You just have those with you?
like just like some little like highly
Always keeps it
intense.
on his
Chemist
belt,
bag?
his utility
Like-
belt of chemicals.
Yeah, I have my little kit. I was like
Fucking
mixing.
Dexter's
I just mix
Laboratory
like
over
little CBD drops and just get him really high, get him really stoned. You know, really calm him out.
You're trying to drug our driver.
Yeah,
Also, CBD doesn't even make you high.
Exactly.
makes him calm though.
Well,
It
make a check to drug the driver then.
All right,
Sounds
so
Yeah,
okay.
Maybe it's not like CBD or THC, but it's something. I'm making him calm. I'm trying to calm him
driving
down.
out in
Whatever.
reverse.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an intense situation. You can't see out the front. You have to reverse back onto the road, on the off-roading, reverse back onto the highway. So
Yep.
this is gonna be this is a tough maneuver. Give me a drive roll.
Don't worry, boys. I've done this
Oh,
before.
No. Oh
Yeah, so
no.
hopefully it's over 20. So you're driving with your AR-15, trying to reverse it back onto the road. It is pitch black outside. You reverse. You're trying to get back onto the road. Boom, 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 more rocks flying all over the place, and these tires can't handle the dirt, the off-road. You're driving around, and your car's screeching, tires burning out, and before you know it, you hit something. Back of the
Boys.
car.
I think they've got us.
It's
You
a
put
Nino.
any
The
skill
airbags
points into drive?
hits you all.
How did you not put any skill points into drive?
I
We
didn't.
just
I didn't think I'd need to drive. I'm gonna be honest with you.
did anybody put any skill points into drive? We're just gonna be the crew that constantly crashes cars just in like normal environments.
Well,
Like,
in
I can't
hindsight-
drive, dude.
We just
ordinarily you
hindsight-
can just drive.
I'm
we
from
just-
the city, dude. I just do public transit.
we
I've
just
never driven.
crashed a car in the middle of the
Sometimes
desert.
I drive the fire truck.
In hindsight, I should have had drive since I do have my truck, but I didn't think about that. I had more important skills to get up.
Like accounting.
No, it's not like accounting.
He does have accounting.
I started with that.
Yeah, good job putting some points in accounting over drive. Accounting's gonna help us a lot on this one. You can account for our deaths pretty soon.
I can show you what
Not
skills I
mine,
put
I'm
in.
chilling.
So,
you know... Oh, God.
okay, so the car crashes. You don't see what you hit. Felt like something hit you in the back when you reversed. But the airbags deploy. You just hear a glass shattering. As you know, maybe you get knocked out for a second. But as you all come to, you look outside and you don't see anything. Merv, what do you do?
I get out of the car
your
like
alertness-
immediately. Like I open the door and I get out.
That's a terrible idea.
You want me to roll alertness?
I don't
can
want to
roll
be in
No,
the
no, no.
car with him driving anymore. That
No, you
seems
get
like
out.
it seems way more risky than just being out of the car.
Well, the car.
Hey, I
the
tried
car's
to
no longer
warn you.
running. So the car's no longer running. Delane, you get out. You look around, and you don't see anything. You don't even see what you hit.
Do I see a dent in the car? Like, do I see that the car was damaged somewhere? Like it hit something somewhere?
Yeah, the front is all shattered, the glass and the airbags are deployed. You go on the back, you don't see anything.
Well, not even a scratch on the car.
No. On the back, on the front, there's like the damage from the rocks.
And I want
And
to be clear.
Clearly, there was an impact.
I'm clearly not standing like directly behind the car. Because he's gonna wake up and start reversing, and I'm gonna
Okay,
die.
fine.
I'm off,
You're
to, the
off
side.
to the side. Yeah, you
Yeah,
don't see
okay.
anything.
Okay, is the driver unconscious still?
No, he woke up.
Do I have chloroform on me?
Oh my
Why
God.
would you?
Do you? You tell
Yeah,
me.
probably.
Okay. So we're gonna be
You just
realistic.
have magic chemicals. You can do whatever you want.
Chloroform does not instantly knock people out in real life. Like they have to be exposed to it and like breathing it in for several minutes.
What if I have a lot of it?
It doesn't.
He'll
You
die.
apparently have a lot of chemicals. Can make some like sleeping gas, I suppose.
I feel like
you can make
more-
anything.
you could have some like what anesthetic that would like knock someone out potentially.
You would probably have
but, like,
anesthetic, yeah.
but it's still unlikely you're gonna, unless you like prepped it with like the exact right like amount. It's either not gonna put him out or it's gonna kill him.
No, there's some
A
less
risk I'm
dangerous
willing
ones.
to take.
There's some less dangerous ones, like normal anesthetics. But you'd have to like inject him with it.
By the way, I gotta go because I gotta go to a art
You gotta
thing
run?
in Laguna, and it closes at 5.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh
it's
yeah, I
gonna
mean,
take
if
you a
you're
while to
running
run
there, it's gonna take a while. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you should leave
So
now
I
if you're gonna
will-
make it in time.
I will leave this out. You guys crash the car. You don't see any signs of anything. Nino, you're panicking, and you are awake, but you see, you overcome with a vision. You're still awake. You're not asleep. You see, them with this car crashed on the highway, crashed against nothing. You're overhead again, and now you see that the diner is gone. It disappeared, and you pass back asleep.
Did he see anything where the car got hit?
No,
Huh.
Interesting.
you pass out exhausted. The rest of you, we will see what happens to you next month.
Oh my god.
Fucking night.
Spooky.
So stressful.
Can I roll persuasion for the car to start again?
Persuade the car, yeah. Try to persuade the car.
Can I roll firearms to start the car again?
Yeah, you can shoot the car, yeah.
I like that could
And you
work.
all drive to drive the car again?
No, let's have him not do that.
Yeah.
You
So,
use any other.
Smith, you're good to go.
Use any other.
Okay.
skill.
Cool,
To be
cool.
fair, that drive roll, even if I was spec'd into drive, I was failing.
Yeah.
A 74 is a high roll.
I want you to know that we have not rolled low on anything.
That's
I've
not
only-
true. You succeeded your sanity.
Yeah. piece of
Yeah,
shit.
okay, I can see my sanity, but I'm
Okay. Bye, guys.
later.
Bye.
But all the like visible D100s were greater than 60.
And in his defense, that was a roll that wasn't even supposed to count.
Yeah, it was a test roll.
Well, do you want to roll a D100 and see if I made you re-roll it, if it would have worked?
No, I left the server.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
No, 59's fine, right?
yeah.
yeah, that's definitely higher than my sanity. You're lower.
Oh no.
What sanity you guys starting out with over here?
Really high.
Um,
I'm really sane.
I think you might be the only one who's starting with high sanity.
But yeah, core,
Just based off the
core Venus.
sanities that I saw at the start before we could not see each other's sanities. I can't remember the values, but I remember yours is the only one that's full.
I don't even remember what anybody's was. Yeah.
I'll tell you, mine's definitely plenty high. I can hit that roll.
I mean, Malik, you know the lanes is. You can calculate it. You haven't lost any yet.
No, I started out with less because of having been a veteran.
Yeah, but you knew how much you lost from that.
Yeah, but it's not full.
Well, no one's
don't
is
have
full
max
like
sanity.
99.
Yeah.
No one has 99, but you're just a little bit off from where you would have started. But yeah. And I will end the stream. It was a good session. Thank you, Kelth. We'll see you next stream. See you on Saturday for Pathfinder. Hope you tune in. And yeah, this is session 0. We already got some action, but session 0 of Silence in the Sands, Operation Silent Sands of Delta Green.